we should now be up and running on YouTube as well. So with any luck, that will arrive at our good friends on the YouTube universe in about 10 seconds. And hopefully they will be able to hear and see me also. I'm hoping so. Hello, lovely YouTube friends. How are you? Can you hear and see me okay? I hope you can. I see Pastor Fairy is in, and Fludge, and Buzz is here. If someone would just drop a hi, all good. Thank you, Pastor Fairy. Appreciate that. Gordon is in. All the good people have turned up, which is lovely, lovely to see. Okay, well, with that said, I think we can go over to the TikTok side, and we're going to get in our first guest, which is going to be Angela. We'll bring Angela in right now. Hey, Angela.
Hi, so basically I'm a male. This is not my real account, but
okay,
doesn't matter really.
It doesn't matter. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, I wanted to discuss about religion with you because you seem to know pretty well about it, and I'm an ex-Christian basically.
Right.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but according to science, Adam and Eve never existed, right?
Yeah, there weren't sort of two first humans in a garden 6,000 years ago. That's complete myth. We know that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. So if Adam and Eve never existed, that means that sin never existed. And if sin never existed, then Jesus' death was pointless, basically.
Completely agree. The whole story is totally ridiculous. Absolutely right.
I will add a caveat there because I do try to be fair with everything. In theory, a God could exist that doesn't, there's no Adam and Eve story. We could set that aside. But if there's a God that exists and has rules, and you define sin as anything going against that God, then in theory, sin could exist.
That is true.
Yeah, but if there's no, the Genesis account of creation, where you have original sin, if that didn't happen, then there's nothing to be saved from. It is a problem for Christianity, but technically, even if there's no Adam and Eve, you could still have sin on technical merit.
Can always count on Sean to be fair. That is true. That is true. Of course, we have no reason. We have no reason to think that is the case, but Sean is right to say that it could be.
So I've heard also that Moses never existed. Also, so is that true? Basically,
it seems unlikely that Moses is based on anyone that existed. Yeah, he's a mythological figure.
Mm-hmm. So, what would you say to people who are trying to deconstruct but have problems deconstructing because of religious OCD, but they, know the Bible is false, basically?
Yeah, I mean, it can be a long road, right? So I would say, get help with it. If it's a problem for you, there are organizations like Recovering from Religion that offer free counseling all over the world by online and stuff like that. Recoveringfromreligion.org are a fantastic organization, and don't be scared to ask for help. This is people who have grown up with a lifetime of indoctrination are the victims of a certain type of abuse, and we should call it what it is. And there's no shame in going to get help for things like that. Find a therapist or someone who has some experience in this area who can help with dealing with religious trauma, because that's what it is. It is trauma as a result of sustained religious abuse. And that's what I would do if I was in that situation. I would be looking up, speaking to different people to try a bit of therapy and counseling to help me manage it and get through it. You can get through it, but it can be hard. I feel for you, man. If this is your own experience, I'm sorry for whatever you were put through that led you, to that point. But people do get over it and do get through it, and just keep going and know that you're on the right track.
So I didn't really understand. Sean, is that his name?
Yeah.
He said that if Adam and Eve were not real, we could still have sin. But what does he mean by that?
Do you want to clarify, Sean?
Sure. So sin is like defined as that which goes against God. So all that's required for something to be a sin is for a God to exist who has rules you can go against. Adam and Eve aren't really necessary for that. So that I certainly don't believe sin is a real thing. But what I'm saying is that for sin to exist, that doesn't require there to be a first two humans, an Adam and an Eve. However, the fact that Adam and Eve didn't exist does still pose problems for Christian mythology and normative Christian doctrine, where you have the original sin committed by the first humans that gets passed on to generation. Um, However, just the question of sin could, in theory, exist without a first man and first woman.
But someone would have to put sin in this world, basically.
Well, if
Like
we're defining sin as just actions that go against God, whoever that God is, sin isn't like a physical thing to put into the world, which does create problems for, because they often talk about sin as like a physical thing, like inherited sin,
yes.
as a concept, and that gets a little weird, but the concept of inherited sin is problematic based on that. But like the normative definition of sin is like something that goes against God, and you can go against God irrespective of whether there's, if a God exists, you can go against God irrespective of whether there actually is a singular first man and first woman.
But there's no reason to think that
Right.
this is a thing, right? To just underline all of this with the very strong, like, there is really no reason to think that sin is a thing that exists, because there's no reason to think that there's a God. And if there is some kind of God, the idea that God would be worried about what we're doing on a day-to-day level is laughable. It would be like you or I getting really, really worried and upset about what one individual ant somewhere in the world that is doing. It's such a ridiculous idea. So please don't let it worry you at all. The chances of your behavior being scrutinized by an all-powerful being who's watching you every moment and judging you for your acts and your thoughts are almost zero. They're so close to zero that you might as well consider it to be zero. It's just not a thing. It's a horrible idea.
And I want to ask you something more. Like, what do you think about Josephus from Arimathea and Jesus' tomb?
Well, Josephus was writing about the history of the time. He was a Jewish writer and historian. And there are passages in Josephus's book, in the Antiquities of the Jews, where he describes Jesus as having, been the Christ and doing miracles and stuff. But those passages don't appear in earlier works. Earlier copies of Josephus's writings don't include those passages. And they're largely considered to be interpolations in the 4th century added into the text. Eusebius, who was a bishop at the time, was well known for doing things like that. So, and when you look at those chunks about Jesus in the writing, they don't make sense. If you look at the everyone talks about context. Well, the context is that they sort of interrupt a flow of writing, suddenly change to a different style with nothing to do with what the writing was saying, and then it goes back to how it was afterwards. They just don't make sense. And most scholars agree that Josephus didn't say those things about Jesus. And there is zero evidence outside of the Bible for these claims. Zero. The other historian that people like to mention is Tacitus, but he was really just writing about the presence of Christians in the 1st century, and no one disputes that. But the actual events of the gospel itself remain completely undocumented outside of the gospel accounts, which weren't written down for 30 to 40 years until the Gospel of Mark was written. Nobody knows who wrote it. It was just word of mouth stories passed along through a really, really sort of gullible and highly superstitious pre-scientific community. Imagine that now. It's laughable. Imagine if somebody just passed around some gossip and some stories for 30 or 40 years now, and then someone wrote it down, and there are no eyewitnesses and no one to account for any of that stuff. It's ridiculous. Silly stories.
Yeah, and I shouldn't forget to ask you this, but what do you think about the book of Leviticus?
I think it's horrendous. I think that the laws to be found, I think that you read Leviticus and Deuteronomy, they read like the writings of an absolute psychopath. Horrific. Horrific way to structure a society, horrific rules, absolutely barbaric, enabling slavery, taking women as war booty, treating women as the property of men. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, but is it anonymous that someone anonymous wrote it?
I would think so, yeah. Yeah.
So basically almost the whole Bible is anonymous.
Yep. There are bits, the letters, Paul's letters. There are parts of it that we know the authorship of, but knowing the authorship doesn't mean that it's that what's said there is true, right? Yeah, it's a book of myths. It's a book of you could call it historical myths. Some of the things in there allude to things that actually happened, certain events, censuses and wars and conquests and stuff. But yeah, this is not a book of history. This is definitely not a book to organize your life around. And I think it's really, really, really bad to tell people that they should do that, and particularly kids. And the evidence that it's so bad is that we've got millions of people all around the world who have been, injured by this stuff. They suffer from trauma. They suffer from, anxiety and worrying and sense of shame and guilt and all of this stuff. Not okay. So that's why we push back on it.
Yeah, I mean, I was indoctrinated like 5 years ago, and like I'm trying to deconstruct, but I was really close-minded in the beginning. Like I denied evolution and everything like that, but
Yeah.
Well,
and I should have been sorry, John. I should have been more mindful of that because when you had proposed, the lack of an Adam and Eve bringing a problem for sin, I like to look at everything like a thought experiment and sort of play devil's advocate and look at all sides of a thing. But the important thing to emphasize is what John pointed out, is that there's no reason to believe there's any God or any sin or a hell or any of these things. Absolutely no reason to believe any of that. But it is fun to, in the same way, in a comic book, you can discuss whether the Hulk and Superman, who would win in a fight, right? Like, this is a thought experiment about things that don't exist, gods and sin and everything else. It's just a thought experiment, and that's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay, but to add on your claim that Adam and Eve are not necessarily needed for sin, basically, if we remove Adam and Eve, basically it's unbiblical that we are sinners.
Correct.
Taking away Adam and Eve removes the whole narrative of the fall. It removes the whole reason for Jesus. The whole thing just falls apart, and that's it. It's not historical. It's complete nonsense. Human beings have been on the earth for 200,000 to 300,000 years before any of this stuff happened. It's total nonsense.
And another thing that's super suspicious to me is that we've never found Jesus's tomb. We're not sure where his tomb is.
But that's okay. There's lots of people whose tombs and bodies we don't have. We don't assume that in all of those cases they magically came back to life when zooming up into space to be with their father. That's normal. Jesus was probably thrown in a mass grave and just left there. All of this stuff is probably just myth making.
Yeah, but I would ask you another thing is, what do you think about Jesus' disciples being killed for what they've seen with their own eyes and not wanting to deny it?
We don't really know what happened to Jesus' disciples. We know that Paul and James probably got killed, but we don't really know about the others. And the books that describe the fate of the other disciples also include talking dogs and babies and flying wizards. They're also mythological. So we don't really know what happened to Jesus' disciples. But even if it were true that they went to the sword for their beliefs, people die for false beliefs all the time. Occasionally they fly planes into buildings for false beliefs. It's not exceptional in history for people to be willing to die for the crazy stuff that they believe. Doesn't mean it's true. Just means they thought it was true.
I've heard that Jesus' disciples, I mean, Jesus was killed by the Romans because he claimed that he was the king of the Jews, and that was a threat. So basically, Jesus' disciples would have been killed anyway because they were with him, whether they believed or not.
Possibly.
I think.
Possibly. That may be the
Correct me
case.
if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, that may be the case, or maybe not. We don't actually know for sure. But there we are. I think we're going to move it along because we've got quite a few in the queue. So I think, to stop this version of the show being too bogged down, we won't stay on things too long unless someone is desperately in need. But yeah, thank you for calling in, almost Angela, and being our first guest on the Unconvinced After Hours. Really appreciate it.
thank you. Have a wonderful night.
And you. Thanks a lot, friend. Take it easy. Okay, there we go. We will stay on the TikTok side for now, and we are going to bring in Craig next, and then after that we'll go over to T on the TikTok side. Sorry, the YouTube side. But first, we're just going to get in Craig. Hopefully, there we go. Hey, Craig. Craig, are you there? I can see
Craig.
you. Are you there, Craig? I'm guessing maybe not. Okay, well, we will drop Craig down for now. And if Craig wants to come back later, then he can. And with that said, we will go over to the YouTube side and get in T. Hopefully this is going to work. T, are you there? Hello?
T, you there?
Hang on a second. Why are we not hearing that? Yeah, that's strange. We can't.
Yeah, I'm hearing him. T, do you hear us? Okay, did you hear him, John?
No.
Okay, so I'm able to hear T and you aren't.
That's
I'll
strange. Yeah. I thought I heard him say I'll refresh. So maybe it
Yeah,
started.
he did say that.
Yeah, I heard that. How strange. Well, hopefully he'll be
Okay.
back just now. I see him coming back in right now. So we'll just get T back in now. Hopefully it will all behave itself. With any luck. Let's see if it does.
I see a camera too.
T, how's that?
Or
Is that good?
I don't hear anything.
There we go.
He's
I think-
hear
yeah,
me?
we got
Can
you.
hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I was going to come up and call you guys Jonathan.
Jonathan?
Yeah, that could be a thing. That could definitely be a thing.
Oh Lord. Don't
I tried to work it
you
with
say it
John at
once
the
and
front, but it couldn't.
everyone will run with it. Sorry.
It wasn't possible.
What's
So
going on?
Jonathan.
How are you?
Oh, nothing. I was talking to a friend of mine a little bit ago, and we were talking about when my mom was in the hospital, and we were also talking about my tattoos, and the place I got them at is actually owned by a Christian person, and they supposedly used to be an atheist. And I'm like, yeah, you weren't a good atheist then because you wouldn't have gone back to church. And I was telling them it's real funny because when I was first deconstructing, a cold would send me back to church.
Right, really? Wow.
That's how bad it was. And I said my mother was laying on her hospital bed dying, and I didn't even run back to church.
Interesting.
I didn't even call the people. Like, I've told you that the pastor of the church I used to go to, that we're still friends, but I didn't even call her. And she used to be my first call with stuff like this. But she eventually called me and asked if she could pray for her, and I said, yeah, that's fine. She would have liked that. So I didn't say no. So, but yeah, I'm proud of myself because it used to be I'd get a sniffle and run to church.
That's
because
excellent.
That's what we knew.
That's excellent. Yeah, that's progress, right? Because they want you to be helpless. They want you to feel that when everything isn't fantastic, that's where you turn to for support. The magic wizard stuff. But actually, you can get support from human beings. You can get support from friends. You can figure it out on your own without needing the help of magical beings. It's quite disempowering, this whole notion of like, when things aren't going right, get on your knees and wait for a miracle. Like, I don't like that. I like when things aren't going right, sort shit out, right? Get it done. Or ask for help from friends, from real actual people who exist or are there for you. So good for you for not feeling that inclination. And when they say no atheists in foxholes, it's just not true. You know, this idiotic idea that when things start to get tough, oh, well, then everyone's going to run back to the God. It's just not the case. Absolutely not the case at all.
Yeah, and I saw a video today of a guy saying something that Christians can, moral thing that Christian can do that atheists can't. And of all things, it was worship God.
Oh,
The hell is that? Worship God is a moral act.
Yes, ridiculous.
I said, I commented and said, what's one thing that atheists can do that Christians can't do? And I said, do something nice for somebody without the thought of heaven or hell.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the really stark thing there is you can say there's no good act, there's no good thing that a believer could do or say that a non-believer couldn't also do and say, but there's a dictionary's worth of terrible, evil, horrible things that a believer might do or say that a non-believer just never would. And I don't think it goes the other way. You know, I don't think there's anything that is there is no evil acts that are uniquely belong to people without religious faith. But there are lots of evil acts that uniquely belong to people with religious faith. You know, this doing exorcisms on children, which sometimes result in them losing their lives, and stuff like that. That's a uniquely religious preoccupation. Denying kids blood transfusions, things like that. That kind of depravity, you need religion for that. There's no equivalent to that outside of religion.
Yeah, that's just insanity.
Yeah.
Or spare the rod, spoil the child type stuff.
Crazy work.
Or just the belief that someone who disagrees with our theology deserves some kind of punishment, eternal punishment, eternal torment. I've never known an atheist who wants punishment upon anyone who disagrees with their theology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I like what John says about his kid, that there's nothing his son could do that would want him to, you know, he would want him to be tortured forever.
Never.
Yeah, or even for a minute or a second.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No matter what he did, I would never ever dream of that. And then when they say, "Oh, God loves you, but He's still going to torture you forever if you don't, do the right things." Well, really, what version of love is that? Because I don't know a version of love that contains within its bounds a willingness to torture the subject of your love forever for, coming to incorrect conclusions about reality. That's totally crazy.
But I don't want to keep too much of your time. Before I go, I'll say, everyone stay mildly moist for John. That was a winner, wasn't it? Off that joint live stream. That caught me completely off guard.
It was funny, wasn't it?
Apparently, I'm not in on that one. I'm not sure if I
somebody did a hashtag mildly moist for John.
Oh my God.
In one of the super chats.
Yeah, it was funny.
My jaw kind of dropped. I was like, oh my God.
It was funny. Yeah,
you
there we are.
You should have been incredulous. Only mildly? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, at least maximum. I can't say it.
Maximally moist for John.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Well,
there we are. T, good to see you, friend.
Let you guys go. Thanks
a lot. Buddy. Keep well, man. Speak soon. Take it easy. Okay, that was T. Let's get back over to the TikTok side and get in Richie. We've got Screaming Silence in the house. Let's bring Richie in. Hey, Richie.
Hey, guys.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm just getting ready to go visit my sister and her family.
Cool.
I try to see them about once a month, so I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. Is that a long journey or just nearby?
Oh, it's usually 30 minutes, but Friday afternoon traffic, it's going to be about an hour.
Fair enough. Well, what's on your mind?
So I wanted you guys' input on something. I mean, you know enough about me by now, and I know you tried to encourage me a lot, and I appreciate it. But the struggle, like extreme struggle I've been having is with nihilism for quite a while. And it's like scary to me. So part of this process, and I've talked about different things, but I haven't heard a single person ever on any live talk about like grieving yourself passing away.
Yeah.
I can't come to grips with that. And it's extremely scary for me right now. And even though, like I said in the past, I didn't really fully believe, it still made things like easier and a little more bearable.
Yeah.
But through the past year of going through this process, I'm not convinced in any way that there is something after death.
Yeah.
So now I have to go through this process of like, I don't go on. Like I have to grieve my own death in a way. And what's really difficult for me is like, if I pass away tomorrow, or if I live the rest of my life till I'm 90 and I pass away, I will not know. Like I am not going to know one day. So it, in all actuality, doesn't matter because I will not know once it happens.
Yeah, just like you didn't know before you were born. You didn't know about anything, and you weren't conscious of missing out on anything for all the millions of years before you were born. It wasn't a problem for you. It won't be a problem again. And I know it's a really tough thing to get your head around, because when you've had decades of thinking that life is something that just continues forever, and then you have to wrap your head around the idea that that's not the case. It is a painful thing to come to terms with, but it's also a really important part of being a human being. Is just having that understanding, right? It's the richness of life, is to understand that life is a cycle. Things are born, they live, they pass on, new life comes, and this is the beauty of nature. This is the world we're in. And so, whilst you can grieve the loss of the sort of comforting fairy story, if you like, that is injected into the minds of children, it's okay to see it as just this is life, and it actually makes your life, the life that you live now, that much more precious, right? Because every day counts. Every day is worth something. If you have an infinity of them stretching into the future, then every day is worthless because you've got a billion zillion more, right? But I look at life as being so precious because I realize we don't get an infinite supply of it. And I'm much more concerned about the loss of other people than I am about the loss of my own life. I don't particularly dread it.
Do you understand my viewpoint of like, you're saying that makes it so much more precious, but it doesn't really matter in the end whether or not it was precious, because you literally won't know. You won't know that you lived 100 years of, go ahead.
Yeah, screaming. I got it. So I've dealt with the same thing, and that was like probably the biggest reason I fought so hard to hold on to my belief was the fear of not existing anymore. Even though on an intellectual level, I know that it'll be like before I'm born. It's not going to be painful. It's not going to inconvenience or bother me one bit. I won't be aware of it. But that is a scary thought. It's like delving into the unknown. I don't know if this will help you, but one thing that has helped me deal with that is the notion of passing along something to others, like helping others or what have you, to where your effects of your life continue on after you're gone. So like one thing, my goal after I retire from the army is to finish my degree and become a school teacher, and that'll be an opportunity for me to help mentor. Like I want to do elementary school level and mentor and teach and help them intellectually. And who knows, maybe some of those kids will become scientists and some may do great things in the world. And after I'm gone, I'm not actually gone because those effects, and then those kids may help kids in the future too. So maybe look at causes. I because you seem like a really kind and empathetic guy. So maybe look at like volunteer work or something you can do that is meaningful, that is involves helping others, and then you can look at those as like me helping others will keep having this butterfly effect, and like I will continue that, like a better part of me will continue after I'm gone. What do you think of that idea?
We did, and I know you you have thousands of conversations in just a few months because I see you all over everybody's lives all the time, Sean. So you won't remember a specific conversation with me, but we briefly discussed this a few months ago, and
Okay.
I do understand that, and I did say, and I'll say it again, that always has been a big part of my life.
Yeah.
Even with my job in construction, I do high-end home renovations, and one thing that I love so much about it is that that is for like memories to be made, like for families, in
Right.
those homes, and I see the worth in that. But it's like it's not enough because I don't know why. It's maybe it's because of the deep ingrained like brainwashing that I know did happen throughout most of my life, where
Yeah.
I just go, okay, but then when they die, they won't remember, so that doesn't matter. And then the next generation, they die and they don't remember, so that doesn't matter. So in the end, we're just animals. Like that's the
Yeah.
part that I'm struggling with is like, okay, I'm just a higher evolved animal. Instead of like, I'm Richie with the soul and I exist
Mm.
and I'm going to exist.
Get
Now I
that.
have to be like, okay, I'm just an animal.
I get
Like, and
that.
then I'm gonna die, and then there's gonna be another animal. And
Yeah.
it's like
I guess what I'd
I,
say,
I
Richie, is think about pressing on the assumption that something only has value if it's permanent. Like that isn't necessary. It doesn't necessarily follow, right? There are plants that flower for one day a year, and the rest of the day they're not, or beautiful things that happen and then they're gone, like a fantastic meal or a particular sunset you look at, or a beautiful relationship you have which then ends. They have a value even though they end. It's not the case that something only has a value if it's permanent. Something can be a beautiful, wonderful thing for the time that it is, and then when it isn't anymore, okay, it's gone. But it doesn't mean that it has no value just because it's finished. That's, if I can maybe get you to push back a little bit on that assumption, and to say, okay, so we're not going to be permanently, installed in some way that keeps on going forever. But that doesn't make your life pointless. It doesn't make you pointless because you have a value and a point right now. You're making a difference right now, and the fact that one day you won't be here, and one day everyone won't be here, and one day all their descendants won't be here. In a way, it doesn't really matter because the value exists right now. And if it was all permanent, it would just mean that it was just a different arrangement of value over time. But it still has a value now. And you can find joy now, and you can make joy now, and you can impact people. I think what Sean said is absolutely right. Like, be aware that every step you take in the world does have an impact on the world, and think about your life in that way. And spread, so cliche and cheesy, but spread good to people, make a difference in people's lives, and then they will go on, and in some small way, even because of the things you did, they'll be better and they'll make a difference in other people's lives. And that's how the effect spreads out and can continue to spread out even when we're not here anymore.
I think I've always been an extremely like I overthink, and I do know based on what I know now that a lot of that has been conditioning of being a child and being in such a strict religious household where you always had to be looking over your shoulder. And the way I grew up was if I did something wrong, my mom would demand like reasoning behind it because she wanted to make sure you like understood why you were sinning. So
Yeah.
everything got tied back to that was a sin and you're a bad person for doing it. So you constantly have to like analyze as a child, like, what do I look like I'm doing right now? Am I coming across as I'm doing it this way? Not even that I'm doing something. Yeah. Annabelle said hypervigilance. And it's caused me to not be able to ever look at anything in life at just surface. Like even like, I think you said you're not like a sports guy. Like I don't get sports. Like I don't, like I can be like, oh yeah, like it's cool that they like do these things, but like I know so many people that just absolutely love sports. They love watching the games. They watch every game. They cheer for them, and my team. And I'm just like, okay, like we made something up and say it has value because we say it has value. Like that's not cool to me. And like those
Yeah.
areas of my life where I see these things,
Yeah.
I can like have a head knowledge, kind of using like the Christian verbiage here, but I can have like a head knowledge of something, but that doesn't mean it reaches my heart, if that makes sense. Like I understand everything you're saying,
Sure. Of course.
but I
Of
don't
course.
feel it. Like I
Yeah.
get what you're saying, it makes sense. And this is where
Yeah.
when I've had therapists, they tell me that like I'm too self-aware and I need to like spend time not thinking.
Hard. It's
But
really hard.
but
It's hard.
but now, yeah, and then that was
Yeah.
years ago, even when I was like a Christian, and now going through all of this, it's just like
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like the nihilism is horrific. It's such a struggle, and I just don't
Yeah.
really see that discussed
Mm.
on either side,
Mm.
and about like coming to
Y-
that realization.
You're right that I think it should be discussed more because here's the thing. Like we're part of a atheist like I should say deconstruction community, and people always want to, it's sort of my side your side, act like the grass is always greener, but there are hard aspects of deconstructing your religion. One of them is, I know it certainly did for me. Religion tends to ill equip us for reality,
Mhm.
and it is reality that we're mortal. And so we grew up our whole lives believing there's some kind of afterlife, whereas John never believed in any of that. So he grew up
Mhm.
dealing with his mortality, kind of growing into it as his mind's developing and getting perspectives from his parents. And like he's much more well adjusted. I think on average, people who were religious and deconstructed are less adjusted to things like mortality, our own mortality, as than we are people who never believed to begin with. That's one of the problems with religion in general. It sounds like you're really having a tough go at it, and um, I would
I
recommend like professional like therapy or something. Go to recoveringfromreligion.org. I'm pretty sure they have some therapists. I don't know if they have licensed therapists, but seek some outside help, because it sounds like you're having a especially a difficult time with this. What do you
yeah
think? What do you think? What do you think?
I I don't want to say I can't say the word on here, but I don't want to die, but I don't like want to live, if that makes sense. Like that's to the
Okay.
point where I'm at. And a lot of this does also have to do with um I have a lot of chronic health issues. So it's like every day of my life, like I have chronic fatigue syndrome and Lyme disease and fibromyalgia. And so it's just like when you're dealing with all this and at the same time, and a lot of this stuff that I've had, the trauma has caused my health issues. Being like in so much pain every day, being a hurdle to get through, and then also having to work through deconstructing all of this and
Yeah.
working through all of this, it's almost unbearable. And I know that, I talk to you guys, and again, John, I always appreciate the kind words and an
Sure.
encouragement, but um, it's been, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like at a level 10. It's at a level 10.
then I really think you need to get some help and some support, because that's your mind telling you, time to get some support now, please. I can't quite manage this on my own. And there are people who will be, equipped to help you with this. What you're going through isn't unique. Lots of people do. Lots of people have, existential crises, especially after losing faith. And every instinct I have right now wants to say to you, find some support. Find someone who understands this landscape, understands what the therapeutic pathways through it are, and can help guide you along them to a place where things get easier. They will get easier, but you're in the thick of the storm right now. And give yourself permission to grieve what you've lost. You have genuinely lost something, and it's painful, and it's okay. I remember saying this to Elizabeth. Like, it's okay to grieve that loss. It's legitimate to grieve it. But I think sometimes you just need a bit of help. And I'm certainly not qualified to do that. And I wouldn't want to play the role, right, of someone who does. But there are people who are, and really will be able to help you frame this stuff in a way that makes it a little bit easier, right? There's no silver bullet that makes it disappear in a puff of smoke, but there are strategies for dealing with these emotions. What you're dealing with now are emotions, and emotions themselves can't hurt you. They're just thoughts and feelings, but there are ways of dealing with them and managing them in a way that makes it a bit more manageable. And it feels to me like, the right person helping to guide you through this, if you're able to find that, would be a really, really good investment of time and resources.
Yeah, that's really the only option at this point, because what I've been doing hasn't really worked. And I think that the struggle for me is the United States. Like, I don't have health insurance. Even though I make good money, I don't have health insurance through my job. And so it's like, they're raising my rent like $300 a month, and that's going to make me super tight. And then it's like, so you have to like, okay, I can't even afford therapy. So that's like the battle with some of this stuff.
Richie, I've just got a super chat now, which I need to read to you straight away. So this is from Blueberry Hobbit. And Blueberry Hobbit says, this is for Screaming Silence. Recovering from Religion has a support group tomorrow for chronic illness and disabilities. I run it and would love to keep talking with you. We talk about this a lot. So is there a way that we can connect Richie to this, Blueberry? Obviously there's the basic website for Recovering from Religion, but how can Richie gain access to this tomorrow if he's able to and wants to? That would be really, really helpful. Perhaps you could let us know. Just put something in the chat, and I'll make sure that I get it to Richie. And just hang in there, friend. I know it's hard. But you can get through this. You can get through this, and you will get through this, and you'll look back at it as a really hard time of change. But you will be all right. You'll get through this.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. All right. Look, I'll get the information from Blueberry Hobbit about this, and I will get it to you. I think we're friends on TikTok, aren't we? So I can direct message you that information. I'll get it, and I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you this evening.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. And I didn't want to bring down the mood, but no. I did need to talk to somebody.
We got you, man. We got you. But we're going to need to find you some help, some proper support to just help you along through this, and you'll get through it. Things will become easier. It's just a rough time right now, but we'll get you sorted out. I'll message you as soon as I have that information. Okay, Richie?
Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take it easy, man.
Bye, guys.
Take care. Okay. There we go. Yeah, thank you so much, Blueberry. It would be good if I'm obviously going to need to get that information so that I can give it to Richie. So I wonder what the best thing is. You could either put it in the YouTube chat, or you can email me. My email, I'm just going to put my email down. It's a public email. I'm going to put it in the YouTube chat, so you can just email it to me, and then I can pass it on directly to Richie at unconvincedbook.com. If anybody wants to send their cat pictures to John at unconvincedbook.com, I will happily see them. There you go. I put it in the chat. Blueberry, and if you could just send me the details that I can pass on to Richie, I'd be super grateful. Thank you so much for highlighting that for us right now and bringing it to my attention via super chat. That was a gangster move. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Speaking of super chats, we do have a couple actually to share. Where have they gone? There is Critical Explorer made a donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And also sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's super, super kind. Very, very kind indeed. Thank you. Right. Gosh, we've got a few people in. Buzz was in the queue and is no longer, but I wanted to bring Buzz up. So Buzz, get back in the queue when you can, and we'll get you in. But for now, let's go over to the TikTok side and bring in Doc. Bringing in Doc on the TikTok side. There we go. Hey, Doc.
Hey, John. I just wanted to say, like, the way that you navigated that was just so inspiring and beautiful to me. We hear so much from Christians on this app that if you don't have God, you can't offer anyone love or purpose or advice or expertise or intelligence or all sorts of things like that. So I just wanted to say, what you're building here is super cool. And I love this space and the people who are a part of it, like you, Sean. And I think it can help a lot of people. And we just saw a glimpse into that. So just want to say that I'll keep listening, and you're awesome.
Thank you, Doc. That's really kind of you to say it. The community has always been my favorite part of doing this. And there was a bit of a weird thing a few weeks ago where it became clear that there was a slight tension between kind of building the community and doing the community building stuff like we're doing right now, and creating live streams that people would actually want to sit and listen to. Sometimes people just want to see the cut and thrust of debates, and that's certainly what I like. And even just the discussions, and just, I like listening and watching that stuff myself, so I understand it. And I thought, well, how can I make this work so that everyone is happy? And it was an obvious thing to just have to split this off and create a special space for this, where we're not debating. It's not that kind of antagonistic war footing thing. This is the community building. And for anyone who just wants the other stuff, that's cool. We'll be back tomorrow night doing the other stuff. And so I'm really excited about doing this this way.
Yeah, for sure. So glad I was able to catch it, and can't wait to hear more.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers, Doc.
Stay well, John.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Okay, big respect to Doc. Okay, so the caller rating thing is running still, but we're not rating callers today. It just runs automatically when I add a new guest in. I could probably disable it, but don't bother with it. I'm not going to be doing any of that stuff today. This is not what that's about at all. Okay, we are going to bring in Buzz right now, and then we've got Silas and then Elizabeth. That's going to be probably the order, and then there's a few more waiting. We will, of course, get to everyone. Let's make sure that we've got audio okay for Buzz. Let's see. Do we have your audio, Buzz? Let's have a look. Let's try it. It looks like it might not have connected to audio, but let's see. Buzz, are you there?
I can hear you.
Yay!
Yeah,
okay, it is working. Fantastic. We got you. Hey, friend, how are you?
All right. Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Really, really excited about doing this. This is a different thing. I've been looking forward to this all day.
Yeah. Same, and it's off to a good start, though. Though Richie's call was kind of heartbending a little bit.
Hard to hear it, isn't it? I know. We love Richie. He's been a member of our little group for quite some time, and I have a special place in my heart for Richie. So, we need to all give him a hug.
Virtual hugs to him. I wanna give him 2 resources. I hope he's listening.
Go for it.
988 is always a good resource if you're in the U.S. That is the hotline for such issues that he may be facing.
Right.
But it's also, I mean, I've called in when I'm having a panic attack, and they'll talk you down or whatever, and they
That
certainly
sounds
will be
good.
there for an existential crisis as well. It's
988.
just a phone number. Yeah, just a phone number, 988.
Right.
Also, since he mentioned the thing about insurance, there's a pretty great website out there called giveanhour.com. Giveanhour.com.
Mm-hmm.
And these are therapists who are, as the name might imply, giving an hour of their time, you know, a few times a week or whatever, for free to people who need the care, who do not have insurance, can't afford it, or want discretion, or any combination of those three things.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm making notes. I'm going to pass this on to him.
Great. I've used them at a time that I wanted more discreet care than what the Army would provide for me.
Right.
And I was able to even be very specific about religious preferences when I was seeking a particular therapist. So I think that would be helpful for him. I hope it still exists. I did not check.
Thank you, Buzz. I'll check that out, and I'll be messaging him after this. I'm just waiting for the info on the Recovery from Religion group to come through. I haven't seen it in the chat yet, but maybe it'll be emailed over to me. And yeah, we will. Oh, here we go. I see it now. That's brilliant, Kif. Thank you for posting that, buddy. I am going to just copy and paste that into my notes as well. Brilliant.
Blueberry, or I can't remember the name, but Blueberry, Mulberry, whatever it was. Absolute rock star.
Absolute rock star. Yeah, I love this. I absolutely love this community. While you're here, look at this super chat from Flibberty Giblets. Absolutely incredible. Says, Richie, this community loves you and sees value in you. We're more than happy to hold you up until you find all that in yourself again. Lean on in any manner you need. I mean, what better
beautiful
demonstration of the value of what we do here than this kind of thing. This is just the other end of the spectrum to people threatening other people that they're going to burn in hell and all of that ridiculous nonsense. This just fills my heart, people, and lifts me up to be part of this. I'm so proud of everyone who's here and who's just coming together like this. Absolutely incredible. What a valuable thing we're doing here. I hope that Richie sees that. I know he said he was kind of heading out, so I'm not sure if he will yet, but he will at some point. This is going to be on the live is archived, so he will see this at some point. That's absolutely amazing. So thank you very much, Kif. Thanks for posting that information, and Liberty, thank you for that incredible super chat. That's unbelievable. Buzz, did you have anything else, my friend?
Yeah, I've got a question for each of you individually, and then I wanted to talk about just a general topic, but I don't think it'll take too much time.
Sure.
First, though, when you read Kif's message, I choose to believe that it's pronounced Keef, but
it could be.
Maybe
I need to ask him. I could have been saying it wrong all this time.
No, I'm making a weed joke. It kind of reminded me, this is going to be silly, but I think some people in the millennial age range will get this. There's this moment in Toy Story 3 where all the toys are kind of like floating down into a fiery furnace, and they just accept it at some point, and they hold hands and decide to go together. Yeah. And even when I was 21 years old, I literally cried at Toy Story because of that.
That's amazing.
It kind of reminded me of that. We've all got this shit to face. You know, we can hold hands and face it together in this community.
100%.
Okay, so big spin here. Question for John. And this question is kind of on behalf of theists, because I hear it asked to people who were never believers, but I don't think I've ever actually heard an answer. There's this kind of theist assumption that you this is going to sound offensive. I promise. I'm not trying to be that way. I just want the answer.
Sure.
There's a sort of theist assumption in the same way that they say, oh, if you became an atheist, you never believed. They might say to someone who never believed, oh, you're not qualified to speak on this because you never believed.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to that?
Yeah.
What's your genuine reaction?
Yeah, no, I think to a certain extent that's fair. Like, it could be said that I can't speak to the process of deconstructing because I haven't personally done it. So I can't speak about it from the point of view of like a sort of, I think the term is standpoint epistemology, where you speak to something through having lived it. And that's part of the reason. There are many reasons why I asked Sean to join me in doing this. But one of the many reasons was that he had come to non-belief via a different path to me. And I thought that we would mesh quite well in that way, because he brings that element of lived experience to talking about losing faith that I can only speculate about. When I talk about people losing faith, I'm never talking about myself. I'm always talking about other stories that I've been told by people, which is a step removed from being able to say, I've lived this, I understand it from personal experience. Now, with that said, it doesn't necessarily follow that you have to have personally experienced something in order to be able to speak about it with some understanding or knowledge.
Oh, exactly.
Because surgeons haven't necessarily suffered from the ailments they're treating, or doctors, or whatever it is. And I'd like to think that I've spent enough time with my head in this subject matter that I can speak about it with an understanding of what people go through based on the many, many, many things I've heard, and the many, many hours I've spent reading in the literature about this stuff, and with my head in this subject matter. So the fact that I haven't personally lived it could be said to give me the benefit of an objectivity which might be hard to come by if I was still in the weeds of it emotionally in some way.
That's a great response. I meant to lead that with a disclaimer that I am not asserting that in any way that you
Totally
would
got it.
Unqualified or less qualified.
Of course.
It's on behalf of theists, and you don't have to have been a theist to be able to analyze a claim compared with the data or the evidence that either there is or is not to back it up. So
exactly, yeah.
And to answer your other question about what they'll sometimes say to me with respect to, whether I ever actually believed, I've actually there's actually two categories of Christians when they learn that, like many people, I'm a atheist, I'm a former Christian. There's two categories of the mind readers: the ones that know the contents of my mind, and they're in contradiction with each other. So one group will say, you never really believed, you never really were a Christian, so they know the contents of my mind in the past, and the other will know the contents of my mind in the present and say, like, yeah, but you really know, like, you actually, if you were saved before, like, you still know, you're just in denial, or you're suppressing the truth in unrighteousness, or whatever they try to say. So I'll have two categories of Christians who will read my mind in completely different, contradictory ways. They can't actually both be true, but they could both be wrong, and they are. I know that for a fact because I know the contents of my own mind.
Yeah.
And I actually, John's normal response to that is that it's something I'm actually going to start running with when they do that, because, like, the audacity, like, I get, like, so indignant when they do that to me, because the amount of hubris it takes to try to tell other people what they believe is just off the charts. Is that I'm going to start really acting it out too. I'm going to be like, you know what, though? Here's what the real truth is. You don't actually believe, and I come on, we both know you don't. You don't actually believe. You're just sort of pretending to, so you can sort of fit in with the church crowd. We both know that.
Brilliant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is that offensive? Should I not be trying to tell you what the F you believe, or tell you the contents of your mind? My bad. Maybe we both shouldn't be doing that. So I do like John's approach to dealing with that.
Yeah, I like that. I've fired back with something similar as well. My dad will tell me, you never believed if you're an atheist, and I'll be like, okay, you don't believe now. Prove that you do. Okay. Great answers. Thank you. Moving on to my other question because I want to spare everybody the time.
Sure.
Sean, this is specifically for you.
Sure.
When I was deconstructing, I had Tar Heels. Do you know what I mean by that?
No,
Okay.
I'm in North Carolina, and we have the North Carolina Tar Heels. I don't know the historicity of the term.
In a sentence, they're called the Tar Heels because they were the last ones hanging on to secede from the U.S. before the Civil War. So Tar Heels is like you have some anchor that's still holding you to Christianity or some theism in this conversation. That's what it'll mean.
Okay.
I had Tar Heels like. I think a lot of us go through a process like, okay, maybe the Christian God isn't real. Maybe we've gotten there, but there's got to be something, right?
Yep, 100%.
And this can come in many forms. That wasn't my Tar Heel anchor or whatever.
Yeah.
But did you have one? I'd like for the people listening to hear if you did.
Yeah, sure. So Christianity fell away relatively easily for me. Simply, it was just having a conversation when we were bored on shift, like me and a buddy way back when, and he just started bringing up the stories of the Bible, and like it came really quickly to me, like Noah's flood, the Tower of Babel, like how stupid those stories are. And I thought about them, and I'm like, they actually are stupid. I hadn't actually even considered that. And then so Christianity fell away rather quickly, but God belief. So I did want there to be a God in an afterlife, but also I'd always thought about the big questions. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why do we have, to me, it seemed amazing that the same arguments I'll hear theists making today, lifeless matter becoming alive and becoming us is like so amazing. And so I was so in awe of so many things. I thought there had to be some type of creator or something. It was really like a personal argument with myself, like an argument from incredulity, that I just can't imagine that all this stuff, there's not some power behind it that's maybe beyond our understanding. But as I started getting more into contemplating these and hearing the arguments and listening to people like Matt Dillahunty, I started realizing, you know what, I don't actually have a good reason to believe any of that. And abiogenesis actually seems very plausible. Certainly when I started learning about biological evolution, this all makes perfect sense to me. And I started becoming less incredulous to some of these questions. And I'm still in awe, why is there something rather than nothing? And, I learned the power of I don't know, because I learned to really care about wanting to believe true things and as few false things as possible. And when I started delving into that goal, my God belief, I realized I'm an atheist. And then the rest is history.
Yeah. Okay. Sean, you and I are similar in many ways. And you brought up another way in which we're similar earlier. I retired from the Army, and my goal was always to become a teacher. And thankfully now I'm a college professor.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm loving it, man. I'm absolutely loving it. And I'm qualified to teach 4 languages, and it's been the best shit ever. It's way, way better than the Army. And I feel like I'm leaving, an impact on people, especially when I'm teaching English for people who are coming to the US for a better chance at life and
awesome,
happiness and, all the things that we're supposed to believe in as Americans.
That's amazing.
Flibberty just said Buzz keeps getting cooler and cooler. I couldn't agree more.
That's right.
Yeah, you're just a badass, Buzz.
I want to do the
Thank you.
elementary school. Like I want to be a mentor to the booger eaters. You know what I
You know
mean?
what? More power to you. I taught elementary schoolers in Morocco, and I'm bald, but I almost pulled out my hair doing that. I can only teach adults.
Okay.
I can only teach adults. So
I know kids have the attention span of like I don't know what has very little, but I'm sure it's going to be challenging. But I'll try to take it on.
You've got it. And if you were able to be patient through all the experiences that you went through in the Army, then you can handle an elementary school classroom. Chaos is our comfortable place.
Oh, one thing the Army taught me is I can wait for hours for no reason.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's something that's a skill.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, hey, it was great talking to you, man.
Yeah,
Same.
cheers, Buzz.
And the last thing is just a comment. I hope Richie's still on. If he's not, then maybe it'll get to him. But for the others that may be listening that are stuck in the nihilism trap, there is such a thing called optimistic nihilism. And that's something that brought me out of the nihilistic trap. It's kind of the moment that you switch from, wow, everything means fucking nothing, to now I have a choice to make whatever mean something that I want. So I would implore anybody who's in the nihilistic trap to do some listening and some research on optimistic nihilism. And the last thing that I'll leave you with is I thought of this just randomly earlier. There's a great book called 50 Reasons People Give for Believing in a God.
Oh, yeah, I've got that. He's brilliant. I forget his name.
What a great one.
Paul,
every argument that we hear is in there.
It's just a small book.
Religion.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get out of your hair. But
cheers, Buzz.
Thanks for taking my call, and it's always lovely talking to you.
Pleasure, man. We love having you around. Thanks, buddy. Keep well, Buzz.
Right, take care. Bye-bye.
Take care, mate. Bye. Okay, we're going to get in Silas and then Elizabeth and then whoever's next. We do have a few, but we'll keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. So just as an FYI, I don't have the longest time tonight. You know, normally when I stream, we go hardcore. We did 8 hours last night. I don't have the full all-nighter in me tonight. I probably got another just under about 2.5 hours or so to go from here, and then I'll need to call it tonight. But next week, happy to go longer if there's a demand. I wasn't sure if people would want to turn up for this, but it seems that quite a few do, which is great. This is great. So let's get Silas in. Silas did come into the live last night, and I asked him to come back tonight.
Don't tell anybody.
Over the moon that he did. Silas, good to see you, friend.
Good to see you both as well. How you doing?
What's up?
How's your life going? Everything going smooth?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Excellent. My question today is, kind of an advice, kind of just a thought. So I have figured out how to make peace with the fact that I am surrounded by believers in every aspect of my life, despite the fact that I am no longer one, right?
Yeah.
But I have one friend in particular who is newer to my life, who's probably going to become a fairly permanent fixture in my life due to it seems like they'll be around for a while. Mm-hmm. I don't think I can get away from them. And it is difficult for me to not talk about things of faith. Like, I still study the Bible regularly. I find it a fascinating book. I'm studying through King Josiah and how he would have put together the Pentateuch and all this stuff. And I'm trying to learn about JEDP and all this good stuff. So I still love studying this. But this friend in particular has what may be the most impenetrable and difficult for me to understand faith of anyone I've met. Mm-hmm. And by that, I mean it is just belief. It is blind faith. Yeah. It is pure. The epistemological considerations which I have aren't even aren't even in his peripherals. Like he just has no understanding of this. The Bible is the word of God, and the Holy Spirit is within him. And we can use our own discernment to tell which teachers are regular teachers and which ones are false teachers.
Sure.
And we believe that the moral majority's fingers, as they still trail us today, are how Christianity has always been. And obviously we vote for Jesus, but that just means Republican. And when someone, tries to question even the nuances of LGBT or abortion or these other things that are modern topics and say, well, these aren't in the Bible, actually. So even if we want to use some internal critiquing here, those are gone. So my question to you is this. How do you deal with those people in your life who you want to love and care about, who are simply reframing every word you would say through "you are deceived"? And it just feels hard to have the conversations that you and I have had that have helped me to deconstruct, right? But what do you do with someone who just, it's not there?
You have to know that there are some people who can't be reached through dialogue.
I don't like that answer.
Yeah, I know. I got to give it to you. I got to give it tough. Like there's a word for it, which is doxastic closure, which just means someone is just absolutely not amenable to having their views modified in any way by anything, because their starting point is this stuff is true. Anything that doesn't say this stuff is true is therefore definitionally false and not worthy of being listened to because it's the devil or it's the whatever. And you have to make peace with the fact that you're not going to find common ground on this subject about that. And maybe you just have to agree that this is just an area where you have different views. And if it strains the relationship to talk about it, just come to an agreement not to. I know that's not the answer you maybe wanted to hear, but there isn't a strategy to make someone change their mind if they're completely fixed in how they want to look at it, and they're going to be antagonistic towards any attempts you make to, sway them out of what's comfortable. And maybe it's fear-based, and maybe it's, I don't know, stubbornness or whatever it might be. But there are some people, who I still have a go. I'll still kind of try and find a way in. Other people, I'm just like, no, there's no point. You just can't do it. And I can still care about them. They can still be friends. But it's tricky, right?
I would ask what's motivating these conversations. So, how these conversations are coming about. So, this is obviously somebody that's acquainted with you, maybe good friends. I don't know the exact nature of it, but are you motivated to and actively trying to persuade this person of your theology? Is this person trying to persuade you of their theology? Is it mutual? Just the reason I'm asking is because sometimes it's just not an appropriate conversation to have. They're not looking to change their views. It could be someone you work with, could be a family member, could be a friend. And sometimes it's just not the right topic for you guys. So, maybe you guys can just get along discussing the World Cup and discussing, whatever other topics. You know what I'm saying? So what's motivating this conversation to come up?
Sure. So I think that there's definitely people in my life that I do that with. And maybe I just need to get better at doing that in more intense circumstances like this one. Who knows? But first of all, I am just motivated what's on your mind is what comes out of your mouth eventually. I don't know how better to put it. And secondly, he's extremely evangelistic, like just hardcore, just, I'm going to reframe all of the words that you say in real time. He has a good heart, no doubt. Like this is not like, oh, this is one of those disingenuous, like, no, not at all. I fully believe he means this in the best of ways. And it's sort of this, it's endless optimism in labeling everything in Jesus. Oh, I prayed for the weather today and it got better.
Got you. So he's throwing it out there, and now you're just reacting to it. That's kind of what's happening.
Correct. And to a point, I'm trying to shove that down. There was one comment made the other day, and again, I actually would say that I give a little bit. I understand where he's coming from because I come from this framework myself. But he said something about loving my enemies even when it's hard, including, and he gave a big 3 list of people who do certain things to young children, of murderers, And you'll never guess who the third person on this list was that about made me want to start a fight on the spot.
Is the guy orange?
LGBT folks.
Oh.
And I was like,
so he lumped them with the former two categories.
His viewpoint, and I am certain the way he would defend that is all sin is equal in the eyes of God. There, it is a sin, therefore it is equal. I am certain that's the apologetic defense.
Now I see where you're coming from, like wanting to.
I can't shove down that emotion, dude. It makes me want to fight.
But sometimes this is another harsh one for you. But sometimes someone isn't a good fit for your life anymore. I used to have a very good friend. We worked together. We collaborated on lots of projects. He was a really nice guy, very warm, lovely, and we were pretty close. But he was just fully into woo stuff, like fully signed up woo, spiritualists and spirits and crystals and energy healing and all of that stuff. Very kind of hippie-ish. He wasn't religious, but God is the spiritual essence of the vibrations of the frequencies of all of that absolute BS. And it got to the point where our friendship wasn't really tenable anymore. We didn't have a massive conflagration or anything, but there were times where I would speak honestly and go, but you can't really believe that because look, and I would show him. I remember one day I've got all James Randi's writings, all his books, and I took out one of my James Randi's books. It was like I'd shoved garlic in a vampire's face. He was like virtually hissing at it, and I just realized, we don't have our fundamental principles, our sort of foundational axioms of how we live are just too different to make it work. Yes, we've got some common ground, but the common ground wasn't enough at that point to survive our differences, and so we just drifted apart. We didn't have a big falling out or anything like that, but I haven't seen him in years. I may never see him again. So I'm not suggesting that this is the case with you with this person, but you must be open to the possibility that you've been through a really profound change, which has reframed the way you look at life and reframed your values and reframed how you evaluate claims and reframed how you think about concepts like morality and accountability and all of these things. It might be that this relationship was a good fit for you before and maybe just isn't so much now. It doesn't mean that you have to chop it, but maybe you have to reframe that too.
Understandable. I'm sure I will learn that lesson. I'm throwing it out there to see if there's things I'm missing or ways that people have navigated. And this particular one, I think part of the strangeness there as well is he did not know me when I was a Christian. He's new to the environment. So I think that
interesting.
When I ask for theological or scholarly, or I'm like anybody here, I would even take a Mike Winger. I would take something, right? And I'm given, who was it? Oh, Josh Howerton. And I'm like, I just need something, man.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking. Thank you both. What were you going to say, Sean?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, let's just be real. If this guy's just throwing his religion on his sleeve and like kind of cramming it down people's throats, if I decide I'm going to engage on some, I just sort of naturally use the Socratic method. Something doesn't make sense to me, I ask them a question. So how do you know this one thing? And then like based on their answer, ask the follow-up question and like get people stuck without having a good answer. And that's just my way of sort of fleshing out beliefs that I think are irrational, is just ask questions that expose the irrationality. And what those questions are really depends on what we're talking about. That's how I deal with it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
100%.
Well said. Yeah, well, Silas, great to see you, friend. Thank you for coming in. I'm so glad you came back. It's hard for me to turn friends away from the debate streams. I really hate doing it. So I'm really, really relieved that you came back today, and it was great to speak to you again. And we love having you around.
I'm glad you did it. I think it sounds like a well thought out plan that I was not aware of. So
brilliant.
No
harm,
buddy. No nothing here. Have a
nice
night, guys.
Cheers, buddy. Keep well, Silas. Take care. Awesome. For anyone who doesn't know, I was there when Silas finally said to Daniel Green, "Okay, this is it," and deconstructed, like, gave up his faith in front of us all. It was super emotional. Daniel was crying. We were all crying, and I just kind of fell in love with Silas when that happened. So he's absolutely awesome. Okay, we're going to get in Elizabeth, and then our very good friend Radio Spencer is here to make us all sound like we have rubbish voices, because that's just what he does. But I've made peace with that. I've made peace with that. You know, one struggles, but I've made peace with it. We get Elizabeth in first. Elizabeth.
I really have to go right before Radio Spencer. That's just not fair.
Sorry.
Then everything I say is just going to sound like rubbish.
We're all equally afflicted.
It's better than going after him. I feel sorry for the person that goes after Radio Spencer.
Okay, that's a fair point, Sean. That is a fair point. I will start with a thank you to Richie. He said a lot of the things that I generally don't have the courage to say. You know, from a lot of the things that I have said on here, that nihilism is probably pretty close to where I live. And I just don't phrase it very well. I have moments where it comes out and moments where I, and am desperate and I whine and complain. But for the most part, like, I just live there and just say, this is me. And so, Richie, you help, if nothing else, just by being a voice for those of us who don't have the voice to say, this is where I'm living too. And
well said.
I am living there too. And don't know how to get out. I had a couple of experiences this last few weeks, which at least were good experiences and chances to see brightness in the darkness. And I got the chance to go to my first Pride Festival, and nice. It's my first chance. I actually came out after I deconstructed, and because, of course, it wasn't allowed in the church, and it wasn't something that was part of my theology at all. It was totally not allowed, and so I suppressed that part of myself. And after deconstructing, I came out as pansexual, and so my best friend, whose daughter is a lesbian, she's like, "I'm taking you to Pride," and I'm like, "Okay, let's go." And so we went to Pride. And we were accosted by the Christians with, "Here's the New Testament, here's the plan of salvation, and we want you to follow this." And I had answers.
Oh, good for you.
Whereas everyone else was just boo, leave. And I'm like, no, thank you. I am a convinced atheist. And they said, "Well, don't you want to hear the truth?" I said, "You mean the truth of where it talks about stoning women, and the truth of where it talks about the fact that they need to stone children and they need to take them to the streets and stone them, and where it talks about the fact?" And I started giving him, and he said, "Can you tell me the scriptures?" I said, "Absolutely. Hand me your book." And I took the book from him and started showing him the scriptures in the New Testament, not the Old Testament, but the New Testament, where it shows Jesus saying that they should stone children. And he sat there and he went, "Oh." And I said, "Perhaps you should leave. You're not welcome here."
Oh, good for you.
And he just kind of sat there, like, absolutely, like, dumbfounded. And everybody else around me just, like, started high-fiving me like crazy.
That's
it
awesome.
was like one moment of just, like, pure, because everybody else just didn't know what to do with him. And I'm like, oh, I know how to put him in his place. I know how to make him shut up. This is why I do what I do when I listen to my debates. This is why I do it.
And this is why we do this, because, people often say to me, like, "You were never going to change the mind of that person you were speaking to." I'm like, I know, of course I was never going to change their mind, but 25,000 people are going to listen to this, and 7 of them might take something away from the conversation and then use it the next week at Pride or at somewhere or with their in-laws or with whatever, right? That's where the value is, and that's why I will always do this, because I know that the more of us who are out there having these conversations and explaining is pretty straightforward. You just look, it's in the book. You just have to look, it's right there. It doesn't require any special skill. Just, it's right here. The more of us who know this, the more effectively we can, push back against these ridiculous ideas that permeate our culture. I think that's such a win for you, and good for you for coming out as well, Elizabeth. That's fantastic. I'm all about be your authentic self. So that's fantastic. It's such a huge win.
Thank you. It was big. It was big. And it gave me the courage, because 2 days later I had a medical situation where I was completely mistreated by a doctor. And I had the courage to report the doctor. And there's now an investigation going on. And that's something that, you're talking to a girl who was afraid to order a pizza before she was 20 years old, because I was so scared to make phone calls. And I got the courage up to make the phone call and call them up and say, we need to start an investigation. This doctor's causing things that are going to get people killed. And I told them the story of what happened to me, and they said, you're absolutely right. This is a dangerous situation, and we need to stop her. And I got a doctor reported to stop dangerous situations from happening. And so it's been, I can live in this state where I don't believe there's good things, but every so often I get these glimpses of it's okay. Life's going to be okay.
Good for you, Elizabeth. Good for you. That's so wonderful. I'm delighted to hear all of this. That's really awesome. You're not taking prisoners, are you? That's great. Very, very good.
Not taking prisoners, absolutely. So I just wanted to check in. So I'm glad to have the moment to say hello. It has been good listening to the streams. Half the time I'm asleep, so I listen to them the next day. But it has been nice to be able to listen in.
Fantastic. Well, we love having you around, and it's really good to hear you sounding good and positive, and sending you lots and lots of love.
Awesome. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, that's awesome. Brilliant stuff. Let's get Spencer in. This is where shit gets real and we just sound rubbish, but we'll make it work somehow. Spencer,
Radio Spencer, welcome to the program.
Hey, my friends. First,
I'm trying.
A very heartfelt thank you for what you guys did the other day, and people in the community and people in the chat, and you, John and Justin, for orchestrating that.
Sure.
You have no idea how you've changed everything. So much love to all of you. First of all, I want to say that.
Pleasure, friend. Pleasure. How are you? What's going on?
Well, I've been having these thoughts because I work nights, so I've only been up for an hour. So forgive me, I'm not at my brightest right now. But I've already been watching. The first thing I do is what you're not supposed to do, and grab your phone and start looking at social media. So I'm scrolling through all these TikToks, and I'm hearing all these people in chats, in Christian chats and in atheist chats. I've met Jesus. I know he's real, right?
Right.
Jesus came to me and stuff. And this isn't like an attack on anyone, but I really want any Christians in the chat, and I don't know if it's mainly friendlies today or not, but to think about what that means, like the validation that would be required, even to yourself, even if you're not trying to prove it to the 10 o'clock newscast, just in your own mind, like, how do you know? Like, is it a feeling? Is it a voice? Does Jesus, I mean, if you take 100 Christians in a room, did Jesus sound the same to all of them? Did one look darker skinned than the other one? Was one the blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus?
Great questions. Are the voices different, or I really wish, and I feel like it's a flex. I don't like questioning people's sincerity, but when Christians are like, I met him and it's just the same as me and you meeting face to face right now. No, it's not. It's not remotely the same thing. It's a feeling. It's it's not, whatever the experience is, even if you really met Jesus, it's not the same thing as like a face-to-face physical, like if John and I were in front of each other, actually physically shaking hands, our hands touch, you hear each other's voice, you see each other. It's not the same experience. It's not remotely the same experience. Stop saying it is, because it's not. It may be real. I can't falsify that it's real, but don't like fib and like or pretend it's like, or exaggerate that it's like the same thing as meeting somebody face to face.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that Jesus never appears to the billions of Hindus, and you know what I mean, like, just can I have a cup of coffee maybe, and I want to introduce myself because I haven't really done a good job the last few thousand years, and I'd like to kind of talk about my religion here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To the devout. It's always to the devout, and I used to be not big as in a big figure, but big into, like, I was really enthusiastic in the Bigfoot community, and I live in the Pacific Northwest, and there's thousands of Bigfoot sightings here all the time.
Yeah,
and I talking with Bigfoot people in a way turned me away the same way like talking to Christians, because everybody gets hell bent on their dogmas. You have the Bigfoot people that every time they bring out the night vision camera and there's something walking between two trees and it's on 2 feet. It has to be a Bigfoot. It's always, well, there was no camper up on that hill. I know for sure there were no campers up on that hill. So it has to be a bipedal ape-like creature. It couldn't possibly be a hiker, a homeless person, your friend who went off to pee behind the tree. It's always a Bigfoot. And I think other people do this too, not just believers, not just Christians, but, the UFO people. Every time there's a 747 that flies over the sky and they UAV. Confirm it's a plane. Yeah, exactly. In drones, a friend of mine and I back in California before we moved to Washington, we would chase around these lights over our town, and they were green, blue, red pulsing lights. And this thing didn't emit any sound. It was totally silent. It was close enough in the sky that if we were good at throwing a baseball, we could probably hit this thing. And we knew it was a drone, but we were just playing around like, what the heck is this thing? Because it's there almost every night. It's only at night. We don't see it during the day. Like, if somebody's like a hobby drone person, what are they gaining out of this? Like, why are they flying it over the same area 7 days a week? It just seems like a waste of resources and time. But so we would go under it and we would just almost see the outline of it. And, there was a part of our brains that wanted to say, that's a UFO. That's, that's an alien. That's somebody, going to beam us up, Scotty. And people see what they want to see, and Christians have to understand when they have these Jesus visions, it's really no different than the Bigfoot person really wanting to come home from a camping trip, saying, know what, I saw a glimpse between a tree, and I can't tell you what it was, and it wasn't any of us, so I think it was Bigfoot. And the UFO people, every time there's a stray light in the sky, and it's not just religious people, but people get into these kind of dogmas, and we end up seeing and hearing and envisioning what we, I think about the most. I remember after the movie 10 came out, I'm dating myself, with Dudley Moore and Bo Derek. Bo Derek visited my dreams many a night, and I wish I could say she was real, but she wasn't. I woke up to an empty bed. It was very pathetic.
That's tragic. It's tragic. But confirmation bias is a thing. Like, it's well understood. Like,
I have. I know a girl lives she's in another state. She does kind of a side hustle, Jeep, like tours, like people who, if they want to go wine tasting, whatever their thing is, she'll tour them around like in her Jeep. And one of them, I don't remember how it was arranged, but if she arranged it and they asked her to, or they arranged, or whatever, but they actually had, it was like a guided tour with a Sasquatch expert who a known Bigfoot like forest or what have you, and then he did a guided tour, like, and this whole grandiose, like, if you see the branches here and they're broken like this, then that's the sign. And they're just eating it up. And so this person is like a professional Bigfoot expert. Expert. But yeah, there's that whole confirmation bias. And I always thought it would be funny for me to buy like an elaborate Sasquatch costume and just F with these people, like go to those normal touring sites and just like go through the forest and see how they react. If they freak and run, I would just have fun with that.
I want to buy a Harry and the Hendersons looking Sasquatch. That would be hysterical.
Oh,
I saw that movie, but yeah, I want people just to really. I know you really, really, really want Jesus to be real. You really, really want to say that you met him. You really want to say that he cares enough about you that he's going to show up in your backseat of your car when you're driving to work and you're lonely. But I'm not buying it. And you don't even know what Jesus looks like. So if Jesus met you at the airport, and seriously, if Jesus were coming off a plane and you were meeting him at the airport, you really wouldn't know what he looked like. You think you do because pop culture, made this guy with a beard, and sometimes he's blonde haired, sometimes he's dark haired. But you wouldn't know Jesus. If Jesus got off a plane and was going through the baggage claim, you couldn't pick him out to save your life. You just couldn't. You'd pick like probably the most raggy looking person, with a beard and like unkempt hair, and say, I think that's Jesus.
Yeah.
But it's just weird.
You'd pick the Scandinavian hiker, but actually it's the guy who looked more like Bin Laden would be more likely to be Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I won't get political here, but there's a lot of people that wouldn't want that Jesus to appear to them. But I hate to break it to you, folks. If Jesus, was a real person, he looks more like that than he does the Jesus.
Oh, for sure.
We all grew up with,
Yeah.
Hey, thanks,
absolutely.
you guys, and thanks everybody. But just question things that you think you hear and see. And
by the way,
everyone wants it to be real.
In South Korea, I want to say like 30% Christian, fair amount of Christians in South Korea. I've seen a pretty Korean looking Jesus on several times on different. It's kind of interesting. It works out that way.
Yeah. Annabella saying what? Jesus didn't have blue eyes and blonde hair?
That's right.
I'm surprised people haven't done that with Bigfoot. You know what I mean? Like saying he looked like an Asian Bigfoot. Or he looked like he looks like a Greek Bigfoot to me, but it's always Bigfoot doesn't have ethnicities, I don't think. But all right, you guys, you have a great weekend, all right?
Great to speak to you, buddy. All the best.
Thank you.
Speak soon.
Much love.
Take care. Okay, that was the awesome Spencer. Some question in the chat about the time for tomorrow's debate stream. It will be the regular time, so 5 p.m. Eastern. We will start tomorrow for the debate stream. But right now, we're going to continue with this business right here. We are going to get in... who are we going to get in? I'm trying to remember who's trying to do this fairly. We've got quite a few in the queue, but we will get to everyone. I think Reckless Religion has been waiting the longest. So we'll do Reckless Religion and then number 9, and then we'll get in Chris over on the YouTube side, who we briefly spoke to yesterday and also asked to come back today. I'm delighted to see that he's there. So let's go Reckless Religion and get this going.
Hello.
Hey, Rick. Hey, how are you?
God damn, it's the John and Sean show. Fuck yeah. Anyway.
That's got to be the intro.
That's the one.
Soundbite it for the intro.
Oh, I'm not kidding. John. Do I have your permission, Reckless, to clip that and use it?
Oh, fuck yeah, you do. God damn, like this is on fucking point. I'm telling you. I get pumped up, dog. Wave's like, it's John. I'm like, I know.
That's hilarious. Thank you very much. We're very pumped up to see you too. What's going on?
God. It's interesting. First thing, never knew this. With the September 11th thing, I know you had talked about that. I don't want to get into the specifics because TikTok is very weird about their words. Mm-hmm. I did not know that was part of their religion was to unalive.
Yeah.
That's it. We're gonna just do this thing and that's it.
You talking about martyrdom?
The whole plane thing in New York. Mm-hmm. I never knew that was part of their religion. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're willing to take these people with them.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. And obviously one has to then give the appropriate qualifiers here to say not all Muslim people are that way inclined, but it's a particular reading. It's in the same way that you get fundamentalist Christians who have a very literal reading of certain aspects of Christian theology and doctrine. You have very, very literal readings of certain Quranic ideas where they seem convinced, and it's not as marginal as you would think. They seem convinced that the height of ethical behavior is to end the lives of as many infidels as possible, thereby guaranteeing yourself a place in heaven eternally and some significant number of young maidens who may do your bidding. Make of that what you will.
Wow, that is wild. I never realized that when I kind of put things together. I'm like, damn, religion can really play with your mind. Fucking A. That's crazy. And also big kudos on that one guy. What you were giving resources, because I wanted to if he's still in the watch queue or whatever you want to call it, That's where I got my therapist from, was from recoveringfromreligion.com.
Was it?
Yes.
.org. Right. Yeah.
.org. Yes. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
That's
yeah,
great.
because when I was going through the wildest, and you had religious people telling me, well, pray more, give it all to God. And I knew there was not something right up here with my mental health. And I don't know if I've talked about the Pentecostal church thing where they called me up to the altar and they were like, if you want to witness a miracle right now, you will bring any donation. John, I'm not kidding. They made about $5,000 off of my mental health. They profited that just to get a miracle, a healing, and it never fucking worked.
That's
unbelievable.
Grim. It's so disgusting.
And so it is. And it's just like prideful. And that talks about that in their very fucking book,
Yeah.
And so every time I talk about that, they're like, you got the religious people saying, well, you should have never left because that's what happened. And it's like, no, that's not what happened. I walked away from being harmed to getting rescued by atheists who saved me and got me the resources that I needed, because religious people wouldn't give me the resources. They said only God could heal.
Right. And they didn't sting you for 5K while they were doing it either. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's just like, where's my fucking cut, I mean, I'd like at least half of that. You use my mental health for profit. Where's my cut?
That's
crazy,
isn't it?
But I'm going to put that in my book because I'm beginning to write a book. It's called Wounds You Can't See, and it's talking about my deconstruction. And I'm really looking forward to writing this book.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And so I want the person that is looking for help, don't worry about insurance, because Kylie, who I've been with for about the last 6 months now, because that's how long I've deconstructed, they were able to find resources to help with insurance. So it's kind of a time-consuming thing, but they will get you to the right path and the right situation. So yeah, totally recoveringfromreligion.org. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, they take the time, they have patience, they work with you, they look for the right insurance. If you don't have insurance, like, they do above and beyond more than what fucking religious people do. I'm really fucking grateful.
I'm learning more and more how robust their support is. They're not a dog and pony show. They're not they're not symbolic, because I'd heard of them from listening to the Atheist Experience, and I heard Matt and different people promoting it. Yeah. And then and I didn't really have an opinion about how I figured they probably have some helpful things on there. I had no idea to what extent from everything I'm hearing.
They got recovering groups up the ass. Like, it's amazing.
They are not a dog and pony show. Those guys are for real about helping people. And so I'm really pleased to hear how many people they've helped and to what extent they help.
Yeah, and these are professionals where religious people are not professionals. Sorry, you don't hold a degree, you don't hold any sort of, paper where you think that you can diagnose somebody else's problem and tell them what to do, because what happened to me, and it almost cost me my life. And if it wasn't for atheists stepping in and helping me with recoveringfromreligion.org, I don't know where I'd be today. My son wouldn't have his mother. And in fact, my son wrote a letter. I think I've talked about this on this show or somebody else's, thanking atheists for saving his mom. And I still have the letter. It's really cool.
That is incredible. Yeah. Well, we're very, very delighted that you are with us and firing on all cylinders.
It's worth the fucking wait. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in line for the John and Sean show.
I love this. I make notes on callers so that when people call back, I can check my notes and see, this is they were a believer or they were not a believer and what they were saying. So your notes from when you called last on the 19th of May, I wrote down, lovely, enthusiastic, high energy.
Love that. Yeah, and I take notes from you and John too. And by the way, you and Sean too. By the way, Sean, you will make an incredible teacher. I was a art therapist for 20 years, and I actually got my associates in special education in elementary school. Never got to use the degree, sadly, because the school system that I was going to teach at was not very supportive. And my advice is really pay attention to like administrators, the other teachers, and the whole thing, not in a bad way, but like, get to kind of with the whole, like if you're going to an IEP meeting, you want to be able to communicate as a whole group and not individual. Because what happens when you communicate as an individual, it kind of just gets derailed and the kid doesn't get help. Whereas, we've got everybody involved, everybody's helping, it gets more out there for the child to succeed.
Okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Absolutely. I think you'd be awesome. I wish I would have got to use my degree, but maybe someday, maybe I'll be an old lady teacher and decide to use my degree one day, but we'll see.
I think you'd be a great teacher too. So, if that's something you want to pursue, go for it. There's nothing holding you back.
Yeah. I think I'll wait until this administration gets the fuck out of here. Hopefully one day. Hopefully
that won't be too long. Let's see.
Yes. But thank you for having me up.
Of course. Lovely to see you again. And thank you so much. And keep that amazing energy about you. We love that.
Yeah.
We love that.
God damn. You guys are amazing.
Thanks, Reckless. Take it easy. Lots of love.
All right. You too.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
I wish I had that energy and that zest and that verve. I love it. She's all 100%. sorts of awesome. All sorts of awesome. Brilliant. Okay. Now we need to get in Chris from the YouTube side, and then we're going to get number 9 on the TikTok side. And then for anyone else who's waiting, I see you. We will get to you. So let's get Chris in over here. Hopefully it's going to work with the audio will be friendly. Chris, are you there?
Hey, I'm good.
Hey, how are you doing? All good?
Calling back in from a couple of days ago. That's my non-debate.
Very, very pleased to have you back. Thank you for coming back.
Sure.
What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I am a recently deconstructed Christian.
Yeah.
I would say for now, call me an agnostic atheist, like you talk about.
Yeah.
My wife, super believing still. We came from more fundamentalist type Christianity, and we've got 3 kids. And my oldest is 6, and so I've been very transparent along the way. But my question is mainly around just getting a different perspective about raising children and balancing the fact that I'm married to someone with different beliefs, with telling the truth. And everyone in my community is, so like, I know what they think. I didn't know if you had any thoughts or wisdom or any.
I can. Are you still there? We've just lost your video feed, but hopefully your audio is still there. It wasn't a great connection, was it? Let's see. So we've lost Chris now. Let's see if we can get him back. That's sad. I do have an answer and I do have something to say, but I don't want it to I don't want Chris to miss it. Let's see.
Fall on literally deaf ears.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Let's see if we can do that. There we go. I think we've got you back. Can you hear me now again, Chris?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got a phone call.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a connection thing. Okay, so here's my thoughts about what you said. Is that the priority is doing what's right by the kids, right? And the one thing that is absolutely guaranteed to destabilize children and upset them is if they hear one thing from one parent and one thing from another parent. So where you have a difference of opinions between you and your wife, the kindest thing and the best thing to do for the kids is really just to be neutral about these things and let them know that there are different opinions, and that when they get old enough they can decide for themselves. Because otherwise you put them in a position of feeling like they have to choose between a narrative that you're offering them and a narrative that their mother is offering them, and they're going to read that as choosing which parent they love more. And that's a terrible thing to do to kids. And I would imagine that your wife would not want to do that to your children either. So if you can agree with her that the first principle is that that what's best for the children is what's best, and then you can offer that to her and say, look, been thinking about this a lot. We obviously look at these things differently, but we're perfectly aligned on wanting what's best for our children. So let's plot the course through this, which is going to be less as the least injurious to them, and give them a shot, and let them understand that we're not going to put them in a position where they have to implicitly choose between, one of us, which is how they will take it, and we're going to protect them. Let's work together to protect them from a situation like that by saying people believe different things in the world, and when you get old enough, you can believe whatever makes sense to you. That would be my advice if your wife is agreeable to it.
Okay, I like the couch that we're
You're breaking up.
Yeah, we're losing your signal for some reason. I'm not sure why. You do have 3 bars, but let's try again.
I like that you're couching it in this is what's best for the children, and we have similar values in that regard. So I think we can come to some kind of common ground in terms of how to raise them. I guess kind of a corollary to that is there seems to be different opinions on the level of psychological harm to children that are raised in the church. And we were raised in like, you got to believe in Jesus or you go to hell, and you want to go to heaven, and like not this like wishy-washy, we kind of ignore a lot of the Bible kind of stuff. So like that is the message they're going to get. And so like, I mean, to be honest with you, like I'm only like a month into where I believe currently. So I spent so much effort and time on the is it true thing. I haven't thought through all the ramifications. And I'm kind of exhausted, so I'm kind of just chilling right now. and
totally
tired.
fine. And there's no ticking clock that says you have to immediately, come to your policy position on all of this stuff. You can take the time you need to think about the stuff and figure out what feels right for you.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess the challenge I have is this potential harm of the doctrines being taught versus what I do see as a benefit in that they're being raised in a small nested community where they can learn identity and learn to belong. And then in their adolescence and early adulthood, learn to renegotiate and nuance that identity and cast off what doesn't resonate as much as what does, you know what I mean? And so my current position is sort of like, it seems like on balance, I don't know how to create that community in an atheist environment locally and geographically. So it seems reasonable to say they're going to be in church. I'm not going to lie to them about what I believe, but I'm also going to, like you said, kind of show. So showing my wife and I's different beliefs is not, what's the word here? Like it doesn't introduce chaos into their psyche. It's just as long as we don't get like you need to choose my version kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think your instincts are right, and I think that you're going to be well placed to protect them from some of the injury that these doctrines can do to children, because you'll be able to counter it in your own way, subtly, and with even just by introducing the idea that some people believe that, some people don't believe that. And when you get older, you can decide what makes sense to you.
Yeah. Do you think that I'm, or I guess maybe to what degree, would you say that I'm allowing harm by allowing them to hear the Reformed Calvinist?
It's a tricky one, because arguably yes, but it could also be argued that there's a greater harm in putting them in a situation where they're then stripped of community, where you're saying where you are right now, it's not like you can replace it with another community. So sometimes you have to choose the lesser evil. And this is why I say that you're well placed to mitigate that harm to a considerable degree by being able to subtly, not necessarily like in a clandestine way, but just to be a presence offering a different narrative. So you can say to them, you know, I understand that you've been told these things. Not everybody necessarily believes them. And they might say, what do you believe? And you say, well, I hold different views. But then you can even say to them, but you can still be part of the group. You can still go to church. You can still have your friends. And when you get I would keep on reaffirming. And when you get older, you can figure out for yourself what makes sense to you. And you can reassure them, don't worry about it. That would be my advice for whatever it's worth.
Sure. In order to create as much stability as possible, and again, I'm kind of thinking things through on the fly as I go. Currently, I'm still going to church. I have told my wife where I'm at, and I've been very transparent about this whole thing. I never thought I'd end up not a Christian.
Yeah.
So I told her, she was super sweet, and I mean, it hurts and she hates it and she doesn't agree, but she's with it. She's with me. We're committed, you know.
She loves you.
Still going to church. Yeah. I mean, it's so weird though, because we were told like love each other. So like if I say I don't believe in God, then it's like she has no confidence in a way that I'm going to continue to be committed. You know what I mean? Because how can you have morality without God? You know, without Him threatening to, you know, kill you for all eternity. So, here's what I'm saying. My participation in church life has taken a very distasteful tenor, because I'm now the outsiders that they're talking about from the pulpit, and they're always, you know, sometimes they'll soften it when they talk to us, but amongst themselves, we have rebellious hearts, and we're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and it's so obvious. How couldn't you see it? You know.
Are they actually speaking about you in such ways? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but are they directly like talking bad about you in the pulpit?
People don't know in the church that I don't believe anymore, because I still look and act like a Christian without even believing. But no, so they're not talking about me specifically. They're just talking about unbelievers generally, and sort of like how irrational and anti-God, you know, the outsiders are. And so I'm reticent to keep going because it kind of pisses me off. But I want to have that stability for my family. So yeah.
If there's one for like, I guess positive, I can look at this because I have a pretty good memory of like much of my childhood. I was a curious kid, and I used to like drive people crazy, constantly asking questions like, why is the sky blue? What color are French fries? My mother said like I tripped her up with that question. You know, things like that, because I wanted to learn. And I remember I had this perception that adults were so much smarter, and they were like my Google before there was the internet, is that I would just ask adults a question. And I think this will be a good lesson for them in critical thinking, that just because somebody's an adult doesn't mean that they necessarily have the answers. And we have a big question that my dad believes this way, my mom. Maybe adults, you know, they'll disagree with each other and they don't have all the answers. And hey, we can think for ourselves on this, and like that's okay too. And you know, and maybe when they do go to church, they'll be open-minded, knowing like, hey, dad doesn't actually believe this. I wonder if it's actually true, and sort of train their brain to just away from that evolutionary trait where when you're a kid, you just believe everything your caretakers tell you, because you don't necessarily, it's not necessarily the case that they should believe everything that their caretakers tell them. I mean, I know you want them to take your word, but you get what I'm saying? So I think this might be a good opportunity for them, as challenging as it is. It may cause problems, but I do think it's a good lesson for them in critical thinking.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I just I want to do well by my kids, and navigating this when my wife and I don't have the same beliefs is weird. So
People who want to do well by their kids generally do. Like, you
yeah,
know, being aware of that as a priority is most of the work in a way. You know, the people who fail their kids are the people who are not oriented towards making sure they're doing right by their kids. So you're saying all the right things and you're thinking about it in the right way. And I think your instincts are, I'm not worried about your kids hearing you speak about this. I think you're going to navigate it okay. And it sounds like you and your wife have a strong relationship, and you know it's going to be tricky for you to have this difference of worldviews. But you know there are lots of people who do. We have a wonderful friend in the community here. He also relatively recently deconstructed, left his faith. His wife is still a believer, and they make it work. They just make it work. They love each other. They have a life together. They make it work, and I feel confident for you that you're going to be okay.
Yeah, it was kind of spooky because a lot of the stories you hear are that that's not the case. To actually finally tell her, you know, like, nah, I don't believe any of this stuff. But I'm super thankful that we do have that relationship because I know not everyone has that blessing. So yeah. Well, I don't want to take up more time, guys. That was really just my about the kids. Thank you for giving me a different perspective. Like my whole community, everyone I know is a Christian, so it's hard to weed through the bias on that, you know. So
of course, yeah. Well, I hope it helps, and you know, feel free to come back again. We'll be doing this probably twice a month. We'll do these shows, so feel free to come back and you know hang with us again. It's great to see you.
Cool. Okay, I'll go back to being an audience. Yeah.
Take care, man. Take care. Brilliant. Yeah, big up, Chris. I love that. Just wants to do what's right for the kids, and it's complicated raising children in a family where there's different opinions and worldviews across the parents. You have to work on that a little bit. I think they're going to be fine though. He's thinking about it. I think they're going to be great. Okay, we are going to get number 9 in next, who has been waiting ages on the TikTok side. Just going to read a few excuse me, super chats, which are stacking up a little bit. We'll make sure that we get through these. So we have from Tech Engineer, Sean, I drive my daughter, year 8, to school every day, and she always asks to listen to the Unconvinced guy. No way.
Nice.
She says you guys are hilarious. She goes to an Anglican school and thinks RI is insanity. I guess RI, religious indoctrination, I suppose. That's absolutely awesome. Year 8. I have a son in year 8, so I understand that age, and it's a fantastic age. Their minds are coming online. They're thinking independently. They're working stuff out. They're figuring out who they're going to be in the world. It's an absolutely fantastic time, and I love it. So please send your daughter our warmest wishes, and we love that she's thinking in that way. Absolutely awesome. That's absolutely brilliant.
Hello, Tech Engineer's daughter. If you can hear us right now, thank you for listening.
Yeah, we love that. Brilliant. And Buzz says, thanks for your attention. Well, thanks for your attention, Buzz. I can't imagine this place without you now. It's absolutely awesome that you're around. Absolutely incredible. And I just read in the chat that Buzz speaks 7 languages. So because he wasn't quite impressive enough before, he's now had to go up even more in our estimations. It's not fair. Buzz basically is Superman. That's basically how it works. And Buzz also says, I forgot to say John von Nope. For anyone who missed this, Buzz came up with the idea of a pope of atheism or a pope of non-belief being a nope, which I really love. And I saw T actually sent me T's a fiend with the AI art, and T sent me some images earlier. We were just messaging of Sean, you and I in our nope gowns and robes. It was very, very funny. I'm sure that will be shared soon, probably on the Discord already. In fact. Absolutely brilliant. But I love that. I humbly accept the nomination for Nope. What can I say? And Hotep says there's more honesty and love in last several than the Bibles and Qurans in all of the world. Shaunathan is my new philosophical ethical counselor. Logic win. Oh, thanks, Hotep. We appreciate you very much. Your messages are always so kind. Thank you very, very, very much. And JC Blomqvist says, who dare attempt to summon the mighty Blomqvist? I don't know. I'm feeling fairly daring. I will summon anyone. And Buzz says, we love you, Spencer. We do love Spencer. Spencer was one of the first creators that I kind of came across when I first started posting on TikTok. And always on point, always brilliant, always something to say, always fantastic. And we kind of got in touch not too long afterwards. And we just connected, and it was brilliant. And everybody loves Spencer. He's absolutely amazing. I am going to be traveling to the US at the end of July. And where I'm going to be staying is not that far from the part of the world where Spencer lives. So I think we might get a little meetup together. That might be a thing.
What state? What
in
state are you going to be in?
Washington State.
Okay, that's the way other side of the country from me.
It's a bit far for you. I know.
Yeah.
But when things settle down a bit more in the US, I'm planning to do. I was originally planning to do like a book tour or some kind of thing around the release of the book. Those plans are kind of tentatively on hold for the moment, to just sort of see how things go in America in the next few months, maybe in the midterms, and see what the mood is. But at some point, I'm going to be over there, and we'll be able to all get together somewhere, somehow. That's kind of the plan, anyway.
Absolutely.
Buzz says, I also forgot to say, fuck ice. Hell yeah, fuck ice all day long. And Bethos says, auctioned magnet mug from Justin DZ to support Spencer. You did, Bethos. Bethos made a sizable contribution towards helping Spencer. And speaking of that, I have been discussing similar kind of thing with Christy, who is one of our dear friends and moderator and friend of the channel. And she and her husband are also having a bit of a hard time of things. And so there's a bit of a GoFundMe for her at the moment, which I'm just going to stick a link to it in the chat. I don't think that TikTok allows me to put these things in the TikTok chat, which is really, really annoying because I don't think it will allow me to post a link, but I'll see if it does. I've put a link in the YouTube chat for anyone who is inclined to help one of us who's having a hard time. That's would be, I'm sure, much appreciated by her and her husband. It's tough out there, and some people are managing, and some people are really struggling to manage. I'm going to see if no, TikTok does not let me post it. It is in the Discord, so I will say that it's in the main chat in the Discord. So if you're on TikTok, I can't put the link in because it just won't let me post it. But it is in the main chat of the Discord. So if you have anything to spare to help Christy, I'm sure she would really appreciate that. Okay, let's get our next guest in. We're going to go number 9 and see what's happening there. Welcome up.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. I just wanted to say that all this talk about the Christians being
You're breaking up.
Yeah, I think it's teacup, so maybe a call or something's coming. There we go. We got you back. We got you back again. So start again.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that like all of this talk about like how the believers are being a bunch of assholes have been intolerant, like you can't do this, like you never really believed in stuff. It kind of got me riled up because I grew up with that, and I went to college reading this book. I won't keep you this long. I won't keep you guys this long, but it basically went on a rant about how all these other beliefs, but this got the author's particular denomination of Christianity was false, but the author's was true, which was convenient.
Yeah. There is a particular hubris, isn't there, in saying that your personal interpretation of your favorite sect, of your favorite religion, is right, and everyone else in the world is wrong, but only you have it right. I honestly don't know how anyone can make a claim like that and not just die of shame. I would never be able to say something as ludicrous as that.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I deconstructed it, because, well, hold on. If you say that because I went to different parts of the state where I grew up where one side was Baptist, and then I went to another one where was not Baptist. And I'm thinking, that's exact. Like, how is that this side is true, but every other denomination is false?
Mm-hmm.
And I realized that maybe it's just all made up.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. And then I realized that, yeah, it's definitely made up. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And I just want to thank Richie for being strong enough to come up and say the things that he said, by the way.
Yeah. Takes a lot of guts to speak publicly in that way. I completely agree. And there will be people, in fact, there were people in the chat while Richie was speaking who were saying, I've had this same feeling. So he probably doesn't realize how much he's helping people just by externalizing his own feelings and sharing them so, bravely and eloquently. I completely agree. Big respect.
Well, you have a lot of guests to attend to, so I'll let you go.
Thanks, number 9. Nice to talk to you, friend. Appreciate you coming up.
Nice to talk to you too.
And waiting so long. Thanks, man. Take care. All right. Moving on. We are going to get in Cult of Logic, and then we're going to go over to the YouTube side and deal with some of the callers there because we have a few. So again, if you are waiting in the queue, please be patient. I promise I'll get to you. I'm keeping an eye on the time to make sure that I don't go on too late. But we still got a while, so we'll get to everyone. Bring in Cult of Logic right now on TikTok. There we go.
Hi, John.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, thanks. Yeah, welcome in.
Good. Let me just turn up the volume. I can't hear you quite clearly.
Sure.
I think that will be... Yeah, that's better.
What you got?
Yeah. I've got a thought that's been going in my mind that I just want to discuss with somebody to see if it's making any sense.
Sure.
But before I go into that, I've got a quick question I just wanted to ask, because whenever I go on these lives and listen to atheist content makers, they never talk about this and they try to avoid the subject, and I'm not too sure why. Mm-hmm. But the idea of consent, being born, God creating you without your consent and putting you in this world, nobody ever goes there. Is there a reason why?
I think well, are you saying why believers don't go? Why believers don't talk about that?
No, why us as atheists don't challenge that more? Because
I see. I mean, the believers are just going to say God is sovereign and He doesn't require your consent. He has a mandate to create whatever He wants, and if you don't like it, tough. That's what I would say. It's the same logic that they say He gives life and He takes life away, right? It's exactly the same logic that allows them to defend God's apparent appetite for genocide and infanticide by just saying, well, He gives life, He takes it away. I'm sure that they would apply a similar logic to you saying, well, nobody gave consent for God to make them. But I think it's right. I mean, certainly nobody gave consent to be involved in this ridiculous scheme that He has of needing to grovel and apologize and thank Jesus. And, none of us signed up for this ridiculous nonsense. Yeah. None of us asked for Jesus to die on our behalf. This was an act that was done without asking any consent, and yet we're supposed to grovel and thank and be grateful and all the rest of it. It's completely ludicrous.
It flies in the face of free will, doesn't it? In a sense, it's not directly, but there's a conflict or a tension there. That I think if you get the argument right and present it to a believer, I don't think they can resolve that. But anyway, my main point I wanted to talk about was something that I've been thinking about. It's ill formed, so bear with me because I'm just trying to put it together in my head and get some help with thinking it through. It's the idea of being born and dying. Who is actually in the Christian worldview, or let's say the Abrahamic religions, those are the ones I'm most familiar with, who is actually responsible for when you get born? I mean, actual date I'm talking about, and when you die. The reason I bring this up is because if you look at it from a justice point of view, there is an injustice that some people get to live for 80 years, some 30, some 2 days, some, 5 weeks, whatever the case may be. it seems to me that not everybody gets the same opportunity to then get to learn the Gospels and convert or whatnot. If you're going to get different times, there's definitely a case whereby like cases are not being treated the same there, because if all people should get equal amount of time to,
Well, it's not just time; it's geography. So, like, yeah, I mean that's such a huge factor. I talk about that all the time. Is that let's say the Catholic God is the one true God. Well, you're kind of screwed if you're born in India. You're likely to be Hindu or Sikh, or if you're born in Saudi Arabia, Muslim, or Buddhism in Thailand, or different other Asian countries. So geography plays such a huge role, and sort of a dead horse on this, but if God is all powerful, he can literally make it so everybody on the planet knows who he is and what the right religion is. But it just makes no sense whatsoever. His way of communicating would be like, I'm gonna 2,000 years ago in this one obscure region of the world, send some guy to be crucified, sacrifice myself to myself, the whole 9 yards, and then like people are going to write about it, and then that's going to get compiled into an ancient book alongside all of the other countless religious publications, and somehow the entire planet's supposed to be informed by that about I'm the one true God. It just, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, Joel's got a really good syllogism about a good communicator, about consistency and culturally conditioned and whatnot, and it really brings that point home. But what I wanted to sort of focus on and get my thoughts right on this is if God decides that you're going to be born on this day and die on this day, there's a sense of unfairness there. And if he doesn't decide it, i.e., let's take an extreme case whereby somebody decides to unalive another person, right? They've shortened their life. If God is not actually responsible for deciding that that was the time frame that person was be given and they would die on this day by these means, then he's leaving that to sort of chance, right? That some people he will decide when they go, and some people it will be a matter of fate or accident, whatnot. And then the whole thing sort of doesn't sort of make sense. So it's either he decides for everybody when they're going to be born and when they're going to die, or he doesn't, and it's all by chance, which is cruel, because then people are not really... Does that make sense?
Yeah, and of course, if you believe in the triomni God, then he would know in advance exactly how things are going to pan out. And if he's genuinely sovereign, then he would have had a choice of configuring the universe such that any given outcome was going to be the one that happened, even if people were free agents. They always appeal to free will. But even if you accept that people will have free will, which, by the way, can't be a thing in a universe where God has all knowledge and all power. But even if you allowed it, it would still be the case that God would have selected the version of reality in which somebody uses their free will to do certain things and freely makes certain choices that end up with them saved or not saved. So the whole thing is morally incoherent. And then you get to our core doctrine, which is, even if you allow for libertarian free will, it's still the case that you can't choose to believe the stuff if you don't believe it. If you're not convinced of it, then and God would know that too, and God would know that any given person wouldn't come into contact with evidence that would be sufficient to convince them, and allowed it to happen anyway. The whole thing is a complete moral mess. It's remarkable to me that anyone tries to defend this with a straight face.
And if he's all knowing and all powerful, he could have, like John said, instantiated the world any way he saw fit, with full knowledge of all the outcomes. That would mean the world we have now, as effed up as it is, with every form of cancer and suffering and children starving to death, God specifically decided that this world we are living in right now is the most perfect world that could possibly be instantiated. Otherwise, he would have made it differently with different outcomes.
Exactly.
So the whole idea of free will and justice just goes down the pan, doesn't it? So
yeah, it's a big mess. Yeah.
No. No, thank you guys. Thanks for hosting this. I think you're going to need to do this more often because there seems to be an appetite for it. So
there does. I honestly wasn't sure. I was speaking to someone earlier and I said I don't know if anyone's going to turn up, but this is more oversubscribed. This is more subscribed than the debate shows. But there we go. I'll do a longer one next time because we're going to run out of time on this one. But we'll keep going. But thanks for coming in, Colt. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Take care, friend. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, the next place we're going to go is over to the YouTube side, and we're going to try Samantha. Has been waiting in the queue for quite the while. Forgive me if you have been waiting in the queue for a long time, anyone. I will try to get through these things in a timely manner. Samantha, are you there? Can hear something, I think. Samantha, hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear you for some reason.
I don't know why. You should be able to hear me.
Samantha? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, okay, this is weird because
let's see if
I'll try to restart it.
Let's see if I can
Samantha,
help
can
her
you
audio.
hear us?
Sounds like she can't.
Baffling.
I think she probably has her audio settings not right. I'm going to see if I can fix them for her. Hang on, let's try this. She's gone out. She'll come back in a minute, but she'll still have to set her audio settings right. So hopefully she will do that quickly. If she comes in straight away now, then we'll get her straight up. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next one. Don't see her right now. Come on, Samantha, you can do it. We were nearly there, I think, with her, but let's rather... Okay, I don't see her, so let's get James in. Has also been waiting for a long time. Hopefully Samantha will come back and we can get her in after this. James, are you there?
We were nearly there, I think, with her, but
James is listening on the stream, and we'll realise in a moment.
So let's get James in. Has also been waiting for a long time. Hopefully Samantha...
We're listening back.
James,
it's a time machine.
You turn off the stream.
I think he's got it now. Hey, James.
I did turn off the screen.
There you go. There we go. We got you. We got you. Welcome in, James. How you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Good.
I am an atheist. I basically have not heard anything you gentlemen have said that I disagree with.
Sure.
But the purpose of the call is because I'm curious about you. I'm wondering if you're willing to share your background, like maybe what your day job is or something of that nature.
Yeah, sure. This is an Ask Me Anything. So anyone listening, you can call in and ask us what our favorite colors are if you want to. The whole, because the normal stream, the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday streams are quite constrained now. They're debate streams. We're talking about the topics. We're keeping it moving quickly on about that. I just wanted to open this up so you guys can ask me absolutely anything. So my day job now is doing this. But I was a music producer for 25 years, and I still have a little bit. I've kind of got a few toes still in that world, but I am transitioning out of doing that. It won't be too long before I'm not doing that at all anymore, and this is now my full-time job. So I work on this channel for 6-8 hours a day.
That's actually quite amazing to go from music to atheist.
Via writing a book.
Pardon me?
Via writing a book. So that I wrote a book which is coming out in November, and that was what made me start the channel. I started the channel to build a platform for the book, and then realized that actually my focus isn't the book, it's the channel, which became the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting how people's lives develop. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I appreciate the sharing. If you want to ask me something, please go ahead. But that's all I wanted to ask.
I think we're good. And Sean has an answer too.
Sean.
There we go.
About Sean, apologies, Sean.
No worries.
Oh no, that's. Hang on. Whoops.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Sorry about that. My day job. I'm in the Army. I'm in a retirement process right now. So that's simple. I've been in for over 20 years, and I'll be retiring and then going to school immediately after retirement.
Okay, cool. Well, good luck with your retirement. I retired from my military.
Oh, okay, cool.
As a civilian employee.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
Well, James, thanks for coming up, friend. We appreciate your call.
It was great. Thank you very much, and you guys have a nice day.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Thank you. Okay. Damien Walker says, John, were you ever at the BBC on Oxford Road, Manchester? I could be wrong, but I feel like I might have met you there long ago. I don't think so. I have been to Manchester a couple of times for work projects. I worked at Blueprint Studios in Manchester for a bit, but no, not the BBC. And that was a while ago. That was 20 years ago as well. Okay, let's see. Did Samantha come back? She did not, sadly. So in that case, we are going to go back over to the TikTok side. We're going to flying around through this the guest queue at the moment, trying to be as efficient as we can. Let's get Lacadian in, and then we've got Hasty Jane after that. We absolutely love having Jane around, but we are going to bring in our good friend Lacadian. How are you, friend?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. We're great.
How are you, Sean?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Well, I said I was going to call in because you asked me to call in. And I told you that I would. So yeah. I have to keep my word.
Well, there you go. I just wanted to hear your voice because it's always lovely to speak to you. Yeah, it's great. It was weird because when we spoke earlier, I had literally no idea whether anyone would want to call, what would happen. And this is pretty crazy. We've got a well-stocked call queue. I'm trying to work our way through it and not keep any individual people waiting too long.
Exactly.
Which is good because it means the conversations don't waffle on for too long and bore everyone. But yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to come and say hi because of that, because I knew you were busy. And I want for everybody to be able to share this. I can come up pretty much at any time, and I have direct access through messaging. So if I need you, I know where to find you.
Always. And thank you for everything. Thank you for Lacadian was I think either you were either the first ever mod or second. I can't remember because I think it was around the same time. It was Anastair and you, possibly even on the same day, when I first realized I'm going to need someone to moderate the chat in the lives. And I think I asked you both. So I have a special place in my heart for you, and you are awesome, and we love you. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I was first. I think Annabella was here first, but yeah, I was here.
Annabella was also in that. It was all within the first couple of days because you guys were the lovely people, and I was like, okay, these are the people who I need. So yeah, you and Lacadian and Annabella, and then Christy joined, and then Pamela joined. It's awesome. You guys are awesome. What can I say? Amazing. Thank you, friend.
Well, I'll let you move on.
Before you leave, Lacadian, I just want to let everyone know Lacadian hosts his own lives as well. He gives great commentary, discusses social issues, etc. A really good live that's actually growing. So please give Lacadian a follow and help support his channel.
It is properly awesome. And by the way, I meant to tell you because you sent me the link to the one that you'd done on homosexuality, and I watched it, and it was incredible. And Sean, you were brilliant in that too.
Thank you. I don't even remember which one you were referring to.
You were not taking prisoners, and I was there for it. Awesome behavior. Brilliant.
Thank you so much. But now that you say that, can I say this quickly?
Yeah.
Two nights ago, I got a message at 10 p.m. And because of those lives that I do, I had one that God hates women. And someone that doesn't really follow deconstruction material at all, but follows me, came into my live and listened to me, and then started to watch my videos. She sent me a message that she is leaving an abusive, mentally and physically abusive relationship. She is taking the time this week, her partner was gone for a week. So she took the time. She says, I have almost everything out and I'm escaping. You inspired me to do this, and I thank you. So sometimes this is what is gratifying for me.
That's awesome.
You never know who you can help. So
amazing. Yeah,
that's
why we do it, and it's awesome when you get those kind of messages, and you realize you're actually changing someone's life in a small way, but can be in a big way for them. It makes it really, really worthwhile, and it's that's what gets me out of bed every day. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thanks for calling in, buddy. We love you.
All right.
Take care, man.
Okay. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Keep well. Fun fact: that guy is an incredible singer. And I'm a professional.
Really?
I know these things. He's very humble about it, but he's an amazing.
I want to hear. Okay, so I'm going to demand to hear next time he's doing his live. I'm going to be like, perform like Acadian, perform.
He won't want to do that, but he'll probably be able to point you towards videos where he's performing. He's probably good. He's like pro level.
Okay.
Really seriously.
Great.
Good.
I got to hear it.
Let's get Jane in next. Jane, another awesome person in the community. So many amazing people. Hasty Jane, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. About to dive into a documentary filmmaking class, and I've been trying to think of like what I'm going to do for my project. And I've been thinking about doing the sort of like an overview of the atheist spaces on the internet since like, I don't know, the 90s. And so I wanted to kind of come up and like see if you, or maybe there's some other old heads in the chat or whatever that want to like jog my memory on some of that stuff. Like, let's like, can we go down memory lane of like old atheist stuff a little bit? Like,
ooh, I mean,
what do you remember? When did you start looking at this stuff online?
For me, it was like AXP on public access. They used to, the atheist experience in Austin used to go out as a public access cable TV thing. But either the whole shows, I think the whole shows were posted to YouTube. This is very early days of YouTube. And I used to watch all of that stuff. We're talking here about 2004 or 5, something like that. 6 maybe.
I think it came out in 2006. Like YouTube did 2005 or 2006, because I remember I was in high school when it did.
Right. But, so yeah, that's right, because I can remember where I was too. So I was slightly too early on 2004. That's correct. Prior to that, I don't really know what was online. I mean, online spaces were very different back then. It was a far less kind of real-time interaction. Wasn't really a thing. I used to. Are you talking specifically about online or just like more generally in the culture?
Well, I mean, I was thinking online simply because I'm just coming at it from a production standpoint of like, that's going to be the stuff that's easy for me to get to use in the documentary, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Like, obviously I don't have a budget, so I'm not going to be able to like travel anywhere.
Yeah, of course.
So I wanted to do something like talk about the online stuff. But I mean, like for me, I think it was like watching like, I mean, this is not the first thing, but like Hitchens debates way back, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sean, when did you deconvert? Were you around for early YouTube days? Or did we lose Sean? Sorry. Oh, he ran off.
Sorry, I did a bathroom break. I'm not like John. He goes hours and hours and hours, never gets up. But anyway, so one more time.
John's actually sitting on a toilet.
That's right. You guys all think I've got a titanium bladder. I'm just sitting permanently on a toilet. Yeah.
Well, the rumors are everyone's trying to decide between, is it a catheter, adult diapers? But actually, no, he shares a toilet. That's the. I think that's. Yeah, absolutely. So one more time, what was your question?
Oh, I was just wondering when you deconverted, and if you had any like memories of the sort of older spaces of on older atheist spaces online, like the blogs or
Most of the time, so the atheist, for my first atheist exposure was like watching the Atheist Experience, as far as like the content goes. And I went to debating online, not having these actual live discussions. Are just arguing with people on Facebook. This guy's wrong on the internet. I can't go to bed yet. And then I went to I enjoy speaking about these things verbally so much more. I just discovered I can actually do this on TikTok, like very shortly after meeting John, before meeting John. And John was one of the first ones that I spoke with. But yeah, that was basically it. Just Facebook groups. I have an account on chess.com where there's certain spaces where you could debate certain things, and just things like that.
There's atheist chats on chess.com.
Well, chess.com doesn't allow politics or religion, but you can sort of talk around it, like, and then there's also people can have private forums on there, but on the public ones they don't allow that. But like, I'm really into chess, so like I have an account at chess.com, but basically just in text, similar to John, where he had talked about, I was never debating on Twitter, but it's the same thing, texting back and forth, my idea versus your idea, arguing people on the internet with like in text.
Jane, I've got a thing that you could look at that may not have occurred to you, but there's some quite interesting atheist and debate activity that goes on in virtual reality spaces.
Shit.
So a couple of years ago, I treated myself to one of these VR headset things, and the tech is amazing because now you don't even need a computer to use them; they're completely self-contained. And there's an app in there called Big Screen, literally just one word, Big Screen. And the purpose of the app is to allow friends to get together and share media. So like if I've got my headset on and I'm running Big Screen, and you put your headset on and you're running Big Screen, and Sean's running Big Screen on his headset, we can all get together in a virtual space. I can configure it so it looks like we're, in a movie room, or, in like a projector room, or in a big cinema, or on a roof terrace, or wherever it is. And I can then share media. I can play media from my device, which is stored on the device, or stream it from a computer in my home. And whatever I'm playing, you guys get to watch too, right? So it's a really clever app because it means you can make a social way of getting together in a virtual space, and then, watching YouTube together, or watching a movie together, or whatever it is. But it's been repurposed. And what a lot of people go in there and do is they don't put on any media at all. They kind of get together in these virtual spaces and they debate stuff. And there's atheists, and I was in there for a while doing it. And there's
that would be a great
fascinating.
angle.
It is fascinating, and it's quite small but very, very vibrant community of apologetics and counter-apologetics in this virtual VR world in Big Screen. You should definitely check it out.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. You could think of going all the way back from like the early just blogging and that sort of thing, like chat rooms, to now we're sitting
that.
in a...
Yeah, exactly. Because when I first started on, I used to debate in forums. So there'd be like, they'd be internet discussion forums. So it was literally non-real time. You'd post, you'd get into a debate with someone, and there'd be a peanut gallery of people watching the debate, but the two people debating would be exchanging messages almost like emails. You might take a few hours or a day until you put your next, replied to the thing. It was very slow, non-real time. It was all very respectful. It wasn't kind of flame wars. And that was about 2001 or 2.
2001. Okay. How have the arguments changed since then at all?
There's more now, that this culture of kind of the sort of Philbro culture of these young people who know a little bit of, they've kind of weaponized a bit of philosophy. They have a not very deep understanding of philosophy, but it's become more performative. So you've got these young guys that kind of know a few technical terms, and the whole sort of weird culture around the way they say it over, and what is it? What did they say? No, say
Go ahead.
They say go ahead. Yeah, they say go ahead, and they say they use the phrase
it's
like,
raising my blood pressure. Don't
or,
even
yeah.
imitate it.
Don't forget the performative, like what do you call it? Like don't panic, you know.
Oh yeah, you get emotional there, and that'll be a that'll be a blunder.
That's a blunder.
All of that stuff.
They all have the same fucking script. It's like, you guys not know that you are a cliche, like a literal joke.
It's so cringe. It didn't used to be like that. It was kind of a bit better, and it has changed in that way. That kind of dynamic wasn't there, and maybe that was because it was non-real time, and it was, even on Twitter, that kind of thing wasn't really there because it doesn't really work written down. It works when you're trying to assert dominance in a real-time situation. It's performative, and when you put it on paper, it's revealed to be a charade, really.
Because you can break it down into its parts, and that's the thing too, is that the ideas, the concepts, and the ideas, the arguments themselves are just absolutely garbage. It's just dressed up in this like rapid-paced jargon that's like difficult for people to follow and respond to because of just the complex, convoluted way in which it's presented. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just it's a rhetorical tool, really. They're just, bombarding you with information. And a lot of times, like, if you slow it down, like I have done this before, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. I don't really know. But I'm like, I'm going to slow this thing down. I'm going to look up these words and see if this guy is actually saying anything. He's not. Half the time, they're not actually freaking saying anything, and it pisses me off.
And when you try to pin them down, like, all right, slow down, let's take this piece by piece. What do you mean by such and such? Instead of like, hey, I want you to understand this, so here, I'm going to break this down for you. They might not even understand it themselves, by the way. They'll performatively like giggle, like, you don't even know what this is, and they'll start. They'll just be incredulous that you even have to ask, and like you're not ready for the. It's all nonsense.
Yeah,
my favorite one is when they, like, you guys have been talking and like they'll ask you a thing, and then you'll make an excellent point that just stomps them, and they'll be like, well, let me answer. You're like, you did answer, and you've been rebutted, and now you're like, they just like pretend like, they'll come in like all nice and smooth. Like, this is not even the Phil Bros. This is just like some people that come in like all nice and like acting really polite, and then as soon as you guys start making good points, they'll be like, well, let me explain, let me go, stop interrupting me. It's like, come on, guys.
Jane, we're going to move it on because we've got lots in the queue,
Yeah.
but thank you for coming in, and that project sounds really interesting. Hit me up if you need to bounce any stuff off.
And I did note everything people were saying in the chat too. So thank you for everybody that was contributing ideas in the chat too. So
I'm stealing from Annabella. The next time they do that performative little rhetorical chuckle, hey guy, don't do the Philbro cackle, please. All right, so set that aside. She labeled it the Philbro cackle.
Love that.
I'm trying to leave. Sorry.
Yeah. Annabella's on it. We'll drop you down, Jane. Lovely to see you as always, and we'll speak soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. I'm pleased to say we have Samantha back, so hopefully it's going to work this time. We'll try Samantha right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. We've got you.
Yay.
We've got you. So sorry that you were waiting so long. Thank you for being tenacious and coming back. I'm delighted that we have you in. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. I've been in the process of what I'm pretty sure is deconverting for 3 or 4 weeks now, and it's been a bit of a stressful ride. And
3 or 4 weeks is very raw.
It started out with me just with insomnia, watching flat Earth rebuttal videos, then which somehow led to Muslim apologetics rebuttals, which led to Christian apologetics rebuttals, and
Flurf was your gateway
to yours.
Right.
And it's just, I've always had a very emotional connection to religion rather than a historical or logical one. And I've noticed, like, when I was aware of like the larger atheist movements in like the early 2000s, it was a lot more focused on like it had a very academic and aggressive point of vibe to it, so it never really clicked with me. But it's become a lot more it's a lot harder to ignore how Christianity as a whole is being abused in especially in America. And like when I was a kid, I was autistic and nonverbal, and my like church kind of started using me as like the cute little mascot, and as I started to develop and I managed to actually grow out of my nonverbal phase, they treated it like, oh, it's this big miracle, and it kind of cemented me as the special kid. And I definitely had it put a lot of ego and emotional connection to the religion into me, and to the point where like I was just the miracle kid who got autism cured, even though it was clear even to my parents that I wasn't cured of autism. I just figured out how to start talking properly
and how to mask, probably.
Yeah.
So it's. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you said something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just waiting for. I just wanted to say I wanted to compliment you for your self-introspection and awareness that's on a very high level. And,
yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately.
Yeah, a lot of people have a difficult time doing that. So the first thing you had mentioned was like your emotion. It's called motivated reasoning. Your emotion-based sort of motivation to believe something and how that affected your belief, as opposed to like logic and reason, because almost everyone wants to say, oh yeah, I'm purely logical or what have you, and in most cases that's not true. And then even to your awareness of when the church was like sort of propping you up as like this miracle child or miracle person, and then how that affected you from an ego standpoint, from a personal standpoint, and how that
just my entire worldview of I'm one of the special ones. It gave me. Fortunately, I wasn't too much of a spoiled brat, but I definitely had a few egotistical, stressed out times. And
and we've all had those, but no, just kudos to you to have that type of introspection and self-awareness.
And a big part of that was I ended up with a second disability. I got spinal damage from a soccer injury, and it was really bad, but like as bad as it can be without actually getting paralyzed. So I had a lot of physiotherapy and surgery to deal with. And they like at one point they brought in a faith healer who
goodness
and he basically forced me out of the wheelchair and it was unpleasant and painful, and like the doctor just basically said it set my physiotherapy back, and it probably required a surgery since it was still in the healing process.
Jesus.
And that kind of pushed my parents away from that very hardcore religion into a much more Unitarian Universalist group that was a lot more understanding and they had a much more emotional and spiritual teachings, rather than trying to focus on the local politics, trying to focus on controlling everyone. And that was where we've been for the last close to 20 years. But I've kind of like ever since COVID, I've been I haven't been as active as much, because even with the physiotherapy and the surgeries, I still have chronic pain, and I do what I can, but the disabilities are really difficult to deal with. And then I'm dealing with this deconstruction of, like, how do I put this? being promised for 30 plus years that when this is all over, you'll go to a happy place where everyone's, no one's hurting, no one's in pain, no one's suffering, everyone you love is there, and it feels like I'm losing that, and it's really painful. And
were you here earlier when Richie called in? I'm not sure if you
yeah,
if you
I
were.
was
Yeah.
listening to her, and I was like, oh, I guess I shouldn't talk about this.
Oh no. Richie was the guy who called before, and he was expressing very much the same things that you're saying now, and
yeah,
this is very common, very, very common, and it's okay to grieve that loss. That's part of that's part of processing it, right? You grieve it, you process it, and you move on, and you will be okay with it. But it's okay to leave some space in your mind to acknowledge that loss, and it is a loss. You were promised something, and now you're having to come to terms with the fact that the thing you were promised is not happening.
And one part that's kind of helping me get over that is how like I've had a lot of people who think they have a direct line to the supernatural. They've told me all sorts of things about my disabilities. They've said this is a test. They've said it's punishment for my parents misbehaving. It's punishment for myself. It's punishment for things that I did after I had disabilities. They have said so many contradictory things, and I've tried pinning them down sometimes, but that's a big reason why I've kind of lost that connection. Like I was like they saw me as the poster child for why religion is true, and when I start not fitting the script of healing and recovering, they have to justify it, and I basically kind of exiled myself from because of all the hostility I've been put through.
So sorry,
especially since COVID, and
you don't deserve that, because all we're doing in the world is trying to figure it out, right? The world is a weird, mysterious place. We've got information coming at us from every direction all day long, and all any of us can do is try and do the best we can to figure out what's true, what's not true, what do we believe, what are we skeptical of, and all we can do is our best. And the idea that people are vilified and framed as moral failures for just doing that makes me so furious. I don't even have a word to express it.
Like that's kind of how I got looking at your stuff as. Your Unconvinced talks have been a big part of helping me see that if my conviction fades, it's not a crime. It's
not a crime.
That's really helped me internalize that my beliefs can change, and I'm not doing something evil or being deceived by the devil or whatnot. And
exactly,
I'm still struggling, and like it's especially been difficult since my parents have gotten up in their years, and they're starting to feel the grave. It feels like, because they're definitely becoming more religious in their old age. But like one small light in this life is that I met my girlfriend at a disability support group, and she's awesome. She's blind, but she's like we're both disabled, but we're disabled in complementary ways, so we can help each other, and it feels
awesome.
Like we really belong together. And my parents have been 100% supportive of her and me being together, despite it being something they were really angry about when Massachusetts passed the gay rights laws, and everyone was talking about it in our hometown, and it just And now here I am actually able to have dinner with my girlfriend and parents without.
Well, that's a big win. That's a big win, right? And I mean that's a really significant. There are people who would give anything to be able to have that level of acceptance of where they're at. So let's not underprice that, right? That's a really big win, and I'm really pleased that you have that. And is she aligned with you on the religious stuff?
Oh, she deconverted like as a kid. Her mom is like 100% MAGA indoctrinated, and she just completely checked out. And my parents helped her have a safe home. And
amazing. Okay, your parents sound cool. Your parents sound cool.
They've been struggling, but they've been helping on the parts that actually matter. Like a lot of religious people, I noticed that they'll open their mouth but not their wallet. My parents, they didn't open their mouth but they opened their home, and
that's great.
So I have
okay, so you've got some support. You've got some support around you. I got to tell you, I'm not worried about you, Samantha. I'm not worried about you. You sound like you're well on the right track. And when someone says to me, I'm deconverting in like the last 3 weeks, I'm like, okay, this is very raw. But hearing you're in a good place.
I'm still very afraid of how parents will see the whole thing of how much will they blame themselves, or will this break their connection with me, and it's scary.
You don't have to tell them everything about what you believe, right? So that's the first thing is you can balance tending to the relationship and looking after that and treating it with love and care, with being as authentic as you need to be. But there's no rule that says once you reach a point where you've lost your belief in these religious ideas, you're now obligated to email everyone letting them know in detail what your theological views are. That's not a thing. Your theological views are your business. They're nobody else's, and you can keep it to yourself and just keep subtle about it. And then you can decide when a time comes when you feel that you're being pulled in two directions. If there's an expectation for you to perform in a religious way on one hand, and you're wanting to be authentic on the other, then it'll be for you in those moments to judge how you do that.
But I've been opting out of a lot of little things like that, and I'm doing my best, and it
sounds good. It sounds good.
Some days are tough, but I've had like you've definitely been an element in keeping my brain from completely melting from the stress and the fear.
Oh, good.
And
I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah. So thanks for that.
Great. Well, this is what these shows are for. So come back and let us know how you're getting on. We've loved talking to you. I apologize that you were waiting in the queue so long. I also apologize to the other people who are also waiting in the queue so long. But I'm really glad we managed to get you back on.
You're a popular, beautiful man.
Oh, well, that's very kind.
See ya.
Cheers, Samantha. Take care. Thanks. Big W for Samantha. Absolutely awesome. Sometimes you just hear someone and you just know they're going to be fine. She's got what it takes to just make this next bit work, and she will find an accommodation with her family because she's got a nice family. I'm not worrying too much about her. Really, really lovely to speak to her. Okay, where are we going to go now? I'm trying to remember who's been in the longest, so we don't. So we're fair about this. I think that the longest might be Tin Pired by the Sea on the YouTube side. Let's try that. Tin Pired by the Sea. Hello.
Hey, give me a second, boss. The delay caught me by surprise.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't blame you. You have been waiting ages, and suddenly we pounce on you. Yeah, we got you.
I'm not hearing you. Hold on, give me a second. You hear me, sir?
Yeah, we've got you. Let me see if I can. You're on a MacBook. I can make your.
Yes, I
And you can hear me now, can't you?
Yeah, I'm hearing you double though.
You might have
okay,
you
wait,
might have the stream playing still in the background.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, John. Hey, Sean.
There
How
we
you
go.
doing?
That's good.
Good. How you doing?
I'm seeing you from a different perspective right now.
Yeah, you're probably seeing that one, aren't you? Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, boss. Hey, good to talk to you guys again. Don't know if you remember me, man. My name is actually Israel. Yeah, I've been asked since I was a kid, like so many times, if I'm Jewish. Naively, I had no idea what they meant. Now I know a lot of times they were being anti-Semitic to such thing. Hey, boss. I just wanted to share a little on my story. Ever since I heard Richie, if I'm saying his name correct, right? Richie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really got to my heart. I can absolutely relate with him. I don't know if you remember, like I told you last time, I have gout, I have arthritis. I'm in remission from stage 3 cancer of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I'm thankful that's in remission. I got a biopsy coming up on the 30th to check that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just recently constructed. I would say recently. It's been about 2 years now. I was 44. I lived a pretty rough life, boss, with the Christian family.
Yeah.
Like, Pentecostal, strong religion, stuff like that. And what I want to relate with Richie is, I remember when getting to that point of telling myself like that this is it. So there is no God. I cried heavy over that. God was my buddy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
He was my best friend. And to speak to that when a lot of people I hear them ask, but is religion bad for you? I hear you say it's good for you in the sense of the community on that, and that may be true, yes. But if you're in it, right? Like I know myself that I wanted to be a good guy, just a nice person, or however you want to put that. Because I remember like 6 or 7 years old telling myself I want to be good, right? Like when you are at this age, you see violence and stuff around you. You choose. I chose anyways to not be that kind of person. And I guess I've been positive, a positive person, and I listening to all these Christians try to say it's okay to kill babies, and that they would do it if God would tell them.
It's crazy work, right?
Well, I'm like, I was never asked that.
Yeah.
44 years, I was never asked that. I was never given that point of view. Yeah. I deconstructed, obviously, as you know, reading the Bible. One day I took it, I'm like, well, I want to be a full servant. And to do that, you got to read. And man, when I read, I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
What's with the foreskin? Like, I'm looking back at my mother, okay? Not the TMI, but I'm looking at mom like, is this why, really? Is this why? No. Give me a better reason.
Yeah.
But boss, I have been in so much pain. I go through so much pain daily. And I've had to rewire my mind. This is what we can do as a species. I think that's scientific, that we rewire ourselves at this age, even older age. It may be harder, but you give yourself some dopamine to feed you know, the hole that you left behind. And to me, that's listening to this community, things of that nature. I'm a hermit, sir. I don't get out. I don't, because of my conditions, my immune system is very low. A cold for me is really bad, like, you know, really bad. So that's probably why I gotta remind myself not to talk too much right now, because I don't talk much and have so much to say. So I do apologize.
Not at all. These kind of online spaces can be really life-changing for people who maybe don't get a chance to get out and socialize with other people and have that exchange of human contact. It's not the same as, you know, seeing your buddies and having a hug and, you know, sitting down together, but it's not bad. And it's fantastic that you've been able to kind of get a taste of that, a bit of it.
Absolutely, sir. I really hope that Richie's listening, and I know it's not just Richie. I know it's a lot of us. It's a lot of us. But I my best advice, because I'm happy. I'm really happy, sir. I go through all this. I have 5 children. I have a previous marriage. That was a big part of my deconstruction. It was the way my family treated me after I divorced. I ended up with my new partner in the woods, with my 4-month child living in the woods for 4 months. I've been through. I don't want to go on. I've been through a lot, and yet I can say I'm happy. I don't want to die anymore. I have absolutely fantastic reasons not to.
Yeah.
My children, my grandchildren, just my neighbor, Sean. I have reasons not to want to pass away. You know, and when I do, I have reasons to be happy of what I've already achieved. I know I had spent 44 years with a broken perspective.
Good for you.
And that's what I wanted also to reach you. Your perspective is you just got to change it, brother. That changes a lot, is changing that perspective of what life is to you. Give it your own meaning. You have that authority. You have that right to give yourself your own meaning. And my meaning for me is my love for my children. And beyond that, my love for me. My love for this poor guy's body, what he's born with. Like, born with these 3 conditions. I never did anything to get this. Never did anything to get cancer. Never did anything to get gout. I never did anything to get arthritis and everything that comes with it. Pneumonia, yada, yada, all kinds of infections. My teeth falling out my mouth. I am happy. You know, I am still happy. I can still use my mind. I live in my mind, obviously, because there's no adults in my house. It's always just me. And I scroll through YouTube. My feed is only psychology, good things. You know, I don't do social media. This is the only social thing I ever do. I am not on Facebook. You'll never find me anywhere. My name is, I have Inspired by the Sea because I love eating tins of all kinds of seafood. It's healthy for you. It's natural, and I gotta eat natural because of my health. So yeah, but there was how that's what made me love life was like I love what I have right now, and this test I want to remember it.
That's
I want to remember the test. I can't go to heaven without remembering this. What's the point?
You wouldn't be yourself. You wouldn't be yourself. So, buddy, thank you for so generously
I appreciate it, guys.
feeling empathy for Richie, and I know if he listens back to this, he'll take it in the way you intended it, and that's really generous of you. And good to speak to you again. I do remember you from last time we spoke, so it's nice to talk to you again, Israel. And
I do apologize if I'm yelling. I do have that kind of voice, and I'm in a little room. Got the laptop.
We got you, man. We're gonna move it on to others in the queue, but thank you for calling in, and nice to speak to you again. All right, keep well. Take care, man. Take care. Okay, there we go. Not everybody would endure as much as he has and have that kind of positive attitude. I think we can all learn something from that. Let's get the rather wonderful Annabella in next, who does have special privileges as she is one of the super mods. Annabella, how are you?
Hello, I just remembered I'm in my car. Just 1 second, sorry.
Okay.
Feeling in our gut that something's... Sorry.
That's it. Good stuff. How you doing?
Oh crap, now I can't hear you because I'm on my phone.
Hopefully we'll be able to in a moment. Is that working now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Is that better?
Yeah, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to remind you of my existence.
We could never forget your existence. You are wonderful in every way.
I'm just playing with you because you said Lacadian was the second mod.
I can't remember the exact order because you and Anastair and Lacadian were a cluster. It all happened. It was within hours of each other, so it was all on the same day. Yeah.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, because I went from like
Sean...
I had no mods, and then I suddenly thought, oh shit, I need mods, and you guys
think
are all right.
I missed when Sean, like, I think the first time Sean was in. So I eventually came in. I was like, oh, Sean's the co-host, and I was like, I think I missed like maybe a few lives or something, and then
right,
surprise.
Yeah. Well, it's been great, hasn't it? And it's not even a year ago, you know. I think it's 11 months ago that I started the channel. It was late July, I think, that I started the TikTok channel first, and that's not even a year. So this has been a pretty amazing year. Everything that's happened, I didn't dream that things would be like this, and it just makes me think, where are things going to be in another year or 2 years or 5 years? I'm really ambitious about it, and I love the community. I love the people. I love being part of this. I feel so insanely proud to just know all of you incredible people, and that people turn up time and time again. It continues to baffle me and astonish me, and I'm humbled by it every time.
You do great.
I'm actually not surprised that the channel has grown how it has. I don't know if you remember, it might have been the first or the second. It was one of the very first times I called in before I was the co-host. I had told you that your demeanor, your way of explaining things, everything, you were right up there with top tier of like shows like The Line. Like I fully expected you to eventually be on The Line or the Atheist Experience, those types of programs, because I was really impressed with you, and I'm not surprised at all that you've grown, and you've been very creative with the content as well, with the believer bingo and the kill switch. Like you've come, I don't know if you've sort of taken these ideas from elsewhere or like came up with them, but
no, I wanted to thank you. I just wanted to innovate and do things a little bit differently. But yeah, I appreciate that, Sean. Thank you.
Happened kind of naturally because everyone was in the chat saying, "Oh, I bet he's going to say this. Oh, I bet he's going to say that."
It did happen naturally.
Yeah. It had to be turned into a bingo. Actually, I think there was someone who used to come in
Crystal
often. Yes, and I haven't seen her lately. I think she was a student or something.
Not for ages.
Or something, so...
She was great because she actually made a bingo, didn't she? It was her idea, really.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to her, but she made the bingo and disappeared. But she started, like, I think she made like a print. I don't know if it was a printout or something like that.
It was. Yeah, exactly. And then I thought, I wonder if there's a way to make it interactive. And then I was like, okay, I have to figure out how to do this. And it's good. It's good fun. In fact, the bingo has changed. As of tomorrow, I've increased it. So we had previously been on 15 squares. It was, I think it was 5 rows of 3. I think we had it. I think it was 15. It's now going to be 20. So I've increased the capacity of the bingo because we've been getting full houses. And it's like, well, we're going to need to work harder.
Sometimes it's usually just the crash out that we're missing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It is really, really funny. But, you know, yeah, thank you, Annabella. You've just been a complete stalwart, always there, always moderating with care and super calm and together. And I couldn't be more grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. I will drop down.
All right. Well, good to hear your voice.
All right, Annabella.
Keep well, and thanks
Take
for
care.
everything again. Take care. Speak soon.
Bye.
All right, that was the amazing Annabella. Right, now let me try and do this the fairest way. I'm looking at the list. I can't quite remember who's been in the longest, but I think it might be Aaron next on the YouTube side. Let's try and do that and get Aaron in. Aaron, are you there? Hopefully.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Couldn't be better. Doing very, very well indeed. So, yeah,
Awesome.
welcome in.
Yeah, so I just wanted to apologize for yesterday for hopping in, and I didn't know it was a debate only, so I just wanted to say apologize for that.
No apology necessary. People don't know. We've only really tightened this up in the last kind of couple of weeks. It was more free flowing before, but it just wasn't working. It was a bit too all over the map. So no apology necessary. How are you? What's going on?
Not much. I mean, like, I could pick up, I guess, from last time where, like, what's keeping me tethered to the whole fake thing, you know, is personal experience. But I'm kind of working through that on my own accord if you don't really want to touch base. But I do want to ask both you and Sean a question, if kind of related.
Sure.
I've watched a lot of your videos since I've been deconstructing for a while. I started off with Dan McClellan. And he's actually led me down that path.
Yeah,
and and then switched over to Bart Ehrman and a few others. But
Ehrman's excellent.
Like, I don't know what your guys' story is. I haven't come across the YouTube video yet. I am watching backlog to see if I ever come across it in the meantime. But I think the main thing I'm curious about when it comes to either of you is what triggered that moment where it was just, okay, enough is enough. I can no longer fit this in. And also, I'm also curious if by chance, did any of y'all have any personal experiences where, at least when you were in the middle of belief or struggling with that belief to maintain it, that you had and you wondered, is that God or is it just my mind trying to associate it to God?
Well, I'm going to defer here to Sean because I've never believed. So I've never had the experience of losing a belief in God because I've never had it. But Sean has, so I think I'll defer here to you, Sean.
Hi. Yeah. So it's hard to pin down an exact moment because my lack of belief sort of went in phases. I was raised Christian. Specifically, when I was a child, I lived with very staunch and heavy Seventh-day Adventists who like didn't wear makeup. My great grandmother and great aunt didn't wear makeup, didn't eat meat, didn't listen to music or have television or, you know, well, I mean, they listened to like classical music and stuff, but like literally they thought rock music was the devil. And if you play it backwards, you know, it's like satanic messages. So they had me convinced of that. And then I only lived with them for a short time as a kid. And like later on, sort of more secular environments, but I maintained my Christianity. And then like my fundamentalism sort of waned some. And then as an adult, I had a conversation with somebody about who was himself a non-believer about like, yeah, man, just kind of bringing up the stories in the Bible that are the more ludicrous ones like Noah's flood and the Tower of Babel and stuff. And my Christianity fell away, but I believed in some vague creator. And then, but I kept contemplating and I kept wanting to, know, is there a God? Like the question was really important to me and I kept getting crickets. And then I ran across shows like the Atheist Experience, which helped me kind of formalize. Listening to Matt Dillahunty kind of taught me to like formalize thinking about things. Like there's sort of a method of like how to process information, how to receive information, what to accept as true, what not to accept as true, who has a burden of proof. And all of that became very important to me. And I started really kind of thinking along those terms. And after doing that for a while, I began to realize, like, I don't have a good reason to believe there's any God. And there's not like a moment that it happened. I can't even pinpoint when the day I like decided I'm just going to call myself an atheist, because that's what I am.
Okay. Did you ever at any point in your life ever experience like a moment when you were either crying out, or you might have prayed and you might have associated a moment that was God intervening in your life that kind of made you...
After I stopped believing?
Either before or after, like
yeah, I mean, as a believer, 100%. Like, there's a funny story that I think I've told here before. This is just an example. I was like in my early 20s. I got pulled over in the middle of the night by California Highway Patrol. Those guys don't give warnings. City cops have always been good at, like, I'm not going to lie, using my white privilege and like speaking really nice to the police. And like, you know, like 60-70% of the time I get let off with a warning. CHP, you're getting a freaking ticket. So when I saw the tan suit, I was like, oh, frick, I'm getting a ticket. And so, but it turns out my address was his badge number. I lived at 14881 San Pablo Avenue. And he said, look at my badge. And he's like, I don't give warnings, but I'm going to have to let you go. Have a nice night. I thought that was God intervening. Like, God got me out of a ticket. It's stupid when I think back to it that I actually thought that, but you know,
when those kind of coincidences happen, they're really hard to contextualize properly, because you can do all the math and you can say, well, yes, okay, events with this probability must happen every day, thousands of times all over the world. But when you're the one that it's happening to, it can be hard to not lose sight of you know, that perspective and just go, wow, this has happened to me. This is amazing. This is, you know, something of significance must be indicated by this. It's just it's an easy illusion.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but I certainly had moments where I thought God was intervening and, you know, stuff like that, like as a believer. But after I stopped believer, I never had any like look backs or like, oh, I think I'm wrong, or like, you know, sort of second guessing. Although I kept searching, and I kept like always wanting to like, what's the truth, and then listening to arguments. And but no, I never had anything convincing after I came to the realization that I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, a little bit about me, if you guys don't mind. So sure. I was raised. I never became a believer until like my early 20s. But like, I was raised Southern Baptist, and my family remained very Southern Baptist to this day. I think I shared, if you guys remember, I think it was the first time I called in that I am gay, and I've had to repress that all my life, and had to date heterosexual. Otherwise, they would do, you know, they try to, you know, it was treated like it was a satanic thing. But anyway, what really started my deconversion process, you know, because I feel like you hear something different on the pulpit than you do when you actually open the book and read it. So I had to, you know, I was all in when I got saved. With the vulnerable state I was in, and I wanted to know God. So I opened the book, started reading from Genesis all the way, slogged through it all the way into the end in the New Testament. And I did twice. And, you know, for a while I started out just like making excuses for God. Like, you know, I just don't understand that his reasoning is beyond my comprehension, you know, but I mean, a lot of the books just portrayed us like we're just playthings to him, and like the individual concept, like a personal God, just wasn't there, especially in the Old Testament. So unless it was convenient, like in the story of David, where everybody but him usually doesn't get punished.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, it's just like, oh, well, David did this to Uriah. Let's punish his wives, or so on and so forth. Yeah. But then I started deconstructing there. But like, I think the hardest part from my personal experience, and I tell myself, like, you know, I was basically at the end where I was probably going to lose the job I had then, and my boss, you know, I had cried out to God, and you know, then my boss comes in and is like, I was going to talk to you and be really harsh with you, but then God told me that I have to be careful what I say to you. And that shocked me because she didn't know my religious status, my situation in my life, or anything.
Mm-hmm.
She was religious, Pentecostal, in fact. And, you know, what I've been kind of mulling that over a lot, I kind of come to the conclusion that I'd like to bounce off of you guys real quick, that perhaps since she's in that religious mindset, that it could have just been where her mind just kind of clicked into that I got to be, I don't know, gracious or kind or be careful because that's what God will want me to do kind of mindset. Just conveniently popped in at that moment, and that just really tethers me sometimes when I'm just like, okay, I'm ready to snip that last little bit off.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
What do you think is stopping you doing that?
Well, it's not Pascal's wager, because I know that I don't need God for a purpose, or I'm not scared of hell to begin with. Even when I was a Christian, I never really was scared of that, because which was weird, because when I was a Christian, I kind of converted into like a Messianic Jew, and if, like the Old Testament, there's no such thing as hell in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really, I just want to make sure I'm making the honest truth, I guess, the most factual choice, I guess. And everything tells me I have to let go, but it's just that one little kernel of doubt. Like, why did that happen?
Let me give you something that might help, which is that what you believe isn't a choice. So, you know, you can't fool yourself. You can't believe something because it might be strategically advantageous. You're either convinced it's true or you're not. And if there is a God, if there is a God and God is as powerful as we're given to believe, then God would know that you're being honest. God would know that you're just doing the best you can to ascertain what's true, right? You're doing the best you can. You hear the Scientologists making claims, and you listen to the claims and you don't find them convincing. And you hear the Muslims making claims, and you listen to them and you don't find them convincing. And you hear the Mormons making claims, and you listen to them and you don't find them convincing. And you hear the Sikhs making claims, and then you hear the Christians making claims, and you listen to them and you don't find them convincing. The idea that you would be punished for that is ludicrous. Like, if God is good, if this stuff is true, that there is this God who loves us, then God would know that your heart is true here. You're doing the best you can. You're just trying to make sense of the world. That's all you're trying to do. And the alternative to that would be that God wants you to be dishonest and lie, right? Does it make sense that God would punish you for just being honest about what you find convincing? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe that's the thing you need. That realization. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Maybe that's the realization you need to give yourself permission to just ease into this and let that fear go, and know that all you're doing is being honest, and a God would want you to be honest if a God exists.
That's a really good point, and you're right. Like that really hit. I'm not gonna lie, I felt like this kind of like this relief settled down, like the pressure lifted there, because you're right. Right now I don't believe in him anymore. I don't believe in any of that anymore. So even though I have that little part that I feel is kind of at the back of my mind, that little kernel, even if I gave in and I'm like, okay, well, just because of this, I'm gonna try, it still wouldn't be genuine. It would be me lying to myself and theoretically lying to God too.
That's right.
So
that's the thing that got me over my fear of hell. Different things have helped different people. For some people, it's like, which hell are you afraid of? Is it the Muslim hell? Is it the Christian hell? Is it the Catholic? So for me, it's exactly what John had mentioned, that belief isn't a choice, and it's ludicrous to suggest a God would exist, and not show himself to everyone if he's capable, and punish people simply for not believing he exists. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And so I sort of resigned myself that, like, if there's a good God, he's not going to punish me for just not being convinced he exists. And if he would punish me, he's a bad God and we're all screwed anyway. So I was kind of like, you know, what can I do at that point?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really appreciate the time you guys give. And
Sure.
again, I appreciate what y'all do. Y'all, among others I have come across, have been really helping me to really think about things and actually help me to accept parts of me I've actually hated for decades. Like coming out, I've only come out, like, I think it's been 2 years now. My partner knows. So it's been only just 2 years since I've been struggling to accept that side of me, because, you know, I've demonized it like I was taught for a long time. But I appreciate you guys. You guys do wonderful things. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good for you, and really, really glad you're on the right track. And the last thing I just want to leave you with as we part is that fear is very often the last thing to go. So
Yeah,
like it's like, you remember those cartoons where like the coyote like runs off the edge of the cliff and is in the air for a moment and then falls.
Yeah.
Like that's like what the fear is. It's like the mind has left these ideas behind, but some part of the heart still holds on to them, and some part of the fear is a much older, deeper part of our brains. It's like tied to survival and all of that kind of stuff. So you can have all the clever thinking stuff all in order, but the kind of like, am I going to die now bit, the fear is still there, and it's quite often the last thing to go. So what you're experiencing is really, really normal, and it does get easier. It will get easier.
It's even expected. I think it's more unusual when people have no fear of hell whatsoever, like residual soon after they stop believing. It's such psychological warfare, the whole hell concept.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well,
all right,
thank
Aaron.
you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Take care, buddy. All the best.
You too. Bye-bye.
Take care.
And John, I have to go.
Sure.
But
no worries.
Enjoyed the live so far. How much longer are you going to be going for?
About half an hour, and then I've got to tie things up. So yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sean.
Thanks, everybody.
See you tomorrow night, Sean. If you can join us.
Yes, sir.
Great stuff.
Sir.
Take care, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Thanks,
bye,
man.
everyone.
Okay. Big up to Sean. Sean is awesome. We all know that, of course. Okay. Let us get the next guest in. I will have to start moving through these a little bit more quickly because I don't want to leave anyone unanswered. So let's get Pigeon Fluff in. Like it will be next. Pigeon Fluff, how are you? I think we're listening to the stream on a time delay at the moment, but hopefully this will arrive in a moment and we'll understand what's going on. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome back.
Hi, thanks for having me. I was super nervous last time I called when I met you because I felt like I was meeting a celebrity.
Well, you were not. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a chap who waxes on about all sorts of things on the internet. But lovely to speak to you again.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I think it's really neat that you are doing this type of stream, and I hope that it's something that will continue because, it's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure everybody wants to know everything about you and Sean. I'm sad that I just missed Sean, but, nice to have him here too. That's great. I was unsure if it was just you or him.
Sure.
So I wanted to, now I'm sure this is going to be very controversial, but I wanted to ask your opinion on, if you have one, on the anti-natalism movement.
Yeah. These are the people who say that a child didn't give consent to be created, and therefore it's an immoral act to bring a child into the world because you're imposing on them all the evils and the suffering of the world, and they didn't ask to be born.
Correct.
My view about this is that I don't really think it works, and the reason is simply because if you poll 1,000 people and ask them on balance would they prefer to have not existed at all, most of them will tell you that they rather like existing and don't regret the fact that they exist. And that, for me, enables me to rest easy about the fact that I imposed existence on my child without his permission. He didn't get a say in the matter of whether he was going to be made and have a life or not. And I remember feeling the burden of that when he was a baby. And I remember this might sound like a trite story, but I remember lowering him into his cot when we first got back from the hospital, and his first night at home, putting him down into his little bed thing that we had made for him. And I remember thinking, I hope he likes the bedding that I've put on this bed, because he didn't get it. He didn't choose it. I had to choose it. And I thought, I hope the bed is comfortable for him, because he didn't choose it. I had to choose it. And I thought, I hope his world around him is comfortable for him, because he didn't choose it. I imposed it on him. And then I realized in that moment, I felt the weight of the fact that here's this little baby who didn't ask to be made, who didn't ask to be born. And I'm here putting him into a bed that I'd bought at a shop and made and constructed and put together and imposed on him, his bed, his bedding, his room, his life. And I realized everything that happens to him now in his life for the rest of his life will in some way be my fault because I've imposed it on him.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
And I felt the burden of that very, very keenly. And it did impact my attitude to parenting in a way, just like I feel responsible for everything about his life. But he loves life, and he's a young guy who's funny and kind and loving, and
Good.
I cannot find it in myself to regret having created him because he didn't get a say in the matter, when I see how much he loves living. And so the people who come often into my comments under videos, and it's often nothing to do with what the video's about, and start railing about antinatalism, I don't think they've really considered that. I don't think they've really considered that.
Well, firstly, I would like to commend you on at least knowing a good chunk of antinatalism. There is a little bit more, but that's the basic gist. And I hope that you won't discard me, but I am actually an antinatalist.
Sure.
And I have had a very, very difficult, extremely difficult life. And I have suffered immensely, like many of your other callers, with chronic disabilities, chronic pain, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Abuse, domestic violence, rape, molestation. I have
sorry
suffered,
to hear that.
Way too much.
Yeah.
Not to dump on everyone, but when I found antinatalism, that really resonated with me. And I'm a 37-year-old woman, and I refuse to have children. And when I found out that was why later in life, I just found antinatalism during COVID. So 5-6 years ago, I was in my 30s, my early 30s. And I just went, wow, this is what I've thought my whole life. When I was 7 years old, I said, I don't want children. And I didn't know how to conceptualize that fully or express it until much later when I found this movement. And to me, it's a lot like the atheist movement. It's much more kind. These people are against suffering, especially unnecessary or needless suffering. And sometimes religion comes into it too, because, be fruitful and multiply, right?
Yeah.
And then you brainwash and indoctrinate the children and that sort of a thing. So sometimes they end up even being connected. And that actually kind of ostracizes me. I'm very isolated, kind of like, I can't remember his name, but the gentleman that's going through cancer, I hope he's well.
Yeah. Inspired by the sea.
I'm a hermit too.
Yeah,
I'm a hermit too. I'm isolated. So, this is the only kind of community that I can get into. And I've been very heavy into the antinatalism and the atheist movement. So I wanted to know, if that was something you agreed with or didn't really bother with or were neutral. But just know that there are a lot of us, we're just kind people, and we just have really controversial views, and it ostracizes us. So it's difficult to find community, if I can say it that way.
Yeah, I hear that. I don't think that you should be ostracized for your views. I think you're entitled to them. And I can totally understand how, having been through a life with a lot of suffering, you could could see how you could see the appeal of a perspective wherein people don't have suffering imposed on them because they didn't ask for it. I do understand that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Figured you might. You're a very level-headed gentleman.
I do understand it. I do understand it. You know, I have a slightly different view purely because, as I said, my rationale here is most people, I think, probably would prefer to have lived than not lived, and so I don't feel like I've done a moral wrong by imposing existence on my son, seeing how much he loves life and loves living, and he's just such a joyful person, and I wouldn't want to have deprived him of that, right? But I do understand the perspective that you're describing.
And you'd be surprised how many parents have become antinatalists and have had similar experiences to what you just elucidated of it changed. It changed. I was going to say changes and changed at the same time. It changed their perspective and made them much better, loving, empathetic parents because they realized, you know, what that weight that you were describing, the heaviness, and it made them almost immaculate parents, which I think is a beautiful thing, because once the kids are already here, let's take the best care of them that we can. You know, let's be good pigeons and do our good deeds and what's not. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because I don't get to express these views and people tell me I'm crazy or, you know, I'm off my rocker. And I always say, I love my children so much that I didn't have them.
I understand that. I do understand that. And I do understand your perspective. I don't think that you should be ostracized for it. The one thing I would strongly agree with that you said is nobody should feel that there's a moral obligation to have children. That's not a moral obligation that anyone should feel. It is not a failure for a woman to decide not to have children or for a man to decide not to father children. That is absolutely something I would be fully in agreement with you there. Nobody should feel that. It's for each person to decide their life. And my wife and I seriously considered not having children. We came to parenthood quite late. And we gave serious consideration to not having kids for various reasons, which I don't need to go into. But it was seriously considered, and then in the end, on balance, we decided, okay, we will. But it was definitely something we thought about, and so I don't have much time for anyone who considers that it's a sort of an obligation to do it. I don't agree with that at all.
And you'd be surprised how often I hear as a woman approaching her 40s that, you know, I've made a mistake by not having children. So hearing you say that to me right now and to everyone else, thank you very much. Sure. Because, it's my decision. It's my life. It's my body.
It's your life.
And
100%.
The amount... I would also like to say, too, that the amount of thought, John, that you and your wife, it sounds like, put into should we make another whole human being, I think is super commendable because lots of babies are accidents or unplanned, however you want to verbalize that. And lots of parents don't think about the things I'm sure you and your wife thought about before deciding, okay, this is what we want to do and how we want to do it. Are we prepared? All of that. It wasn't just like a oops, you know, and I love
it
that.
very much wasn't an oops. No, it wasn't an oops.
Good. That's great. And I'm as an unwanted child whose mother told them that they would have aborted them. My mother, my egg donor, told me that she wanted to abort me, but she was over 400 pounds. She was a very large woman, so she didn't know that she was pregnant until she was 6 months along, and it was too late. And I don't know why she thought that was a good idea to tell me and the rest of the family to tell me that. So I've known almost my entire life that I was not wanted.
That's horrible.
And I think maybe that kind of feeds into why I have the views that I have and why I don't want children, because to me, it's better to not have children and regret that than it is to have children and regret the child, as you just said earlier, that you don't regret your son. Sure. Let me tell you, John, he's going to know that. He's going to know that you and your wife wanted him instead of carrying the nasty burden of, why did mommy tell me she didn't want me? And I've had to digest that through life. and it sucks.
I'm
so
sorry.
thank you for not doing that to your son.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right.
You know.
Well, lovely to talk to you. I will move it along, but it's really good to speak to you again. Hope everything goes well with you with the move and stuff, and keep in touch, won't you?
Yeah, thank you very much for letting me take up your time, and hello to everyone out there. And thank you for promoting my GoFundMe on that live. That helped a bit, and I'm hoping to kind of get somewhere. Times are really tough, just like with Adam and Christy. All three of us are just going through it, talking in the Discord. If you guys are listening, I'm rooting for you. But cheers, everyone. Thank you, John. I appreciate you listening to me, everyone.
Take it easy. Take
well. Care.
Keep well. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, right, let's move things along. I have some super chats to read, and then we'll get in whatever guests we can in the time we have left. If for any reason I don't get to you tonight, I'm so sorry. If that happens, I'm going to write down your name, and I will prioritize you the next time we do this, which will probably be in a couple of weeks. I'll probably do this twice a month, something like that. Okay, so a few super chats to read. Buzz said, Reckless Religion has the energy, all the energy. She is unstoppable. I love Reckless Religion. I was like, she's like the pick me up you didn't know you needed. She's amazing, and she always comes with that energy. Absolutely love her. And Buzz said, dude, I love this woman. Still about Reckless Religion. Go RR, you are awesome. She is completely awesome. I totally agree, Buzz. Bethel said, I muted Justin's DC stream to listen to Reckless Religion. She's got proper fans in here now, and rightfully so, because she just brings it. Absolutely brilliant. I totally get that. Buzz said, you guys in this community lift me up emotionally. I will miss you in July while I travel Asia with my wife. I haven't seen her in 10 months. I hope I contribute even a tiny bit what you give to me. You guys fucking rock. Well, you contribute a lot, Buzz. You are absolutely like the heartbeat of this community. Absolutely awesome. We love you, and it's going to be hard doing these streams without you. But you know, we'll struggle through, and then we'll welcome you back when you get back from your travels. And that sounds amazing. Traveling Asia with your wife sounds incredible. So yeah, have a great trip. Obviously, we'll speak before then. Matthew says there are some teachings from Christianity. This was the call with Chris earlier, was asking about how should manage parenting the kids in a household where people have different views about the religion. There are some teachings from Christianity that you could teach kids without it being indoctrination and without involving the fear of hell. For example, my favorite is the golden rule. It's wholesome. I totally agree. There is stuff to be found in there that you can offer, which is of value and is not too abusive and horrific. And Tim Davidson said, no, don't F ice. Frostburn will make it fall off. That could happen. Not recommended. Keep ice and those things away. Tracy said, there's a channel called Helping Others in the Discord where there are a couple of GoFundMe links. This is true. So if you do go to my Discord, one of the channels listed on the left is Helping Others, and there are details of the Discord there, including Christie's. And I know that her and Tyler would be super grateful if anyone is able to give them any kind of support at all. That would be really, really kind. Thank you. And Buzz says, John, Sean, please take Samantha 2 hours waiting. We did. I felt awful that she was waiting so long, and she was fantastic. Samantha's up there of favorite call of the night. She was brilliant, and I hope that she comes back soon and lets us know how she's getting on. But yeah, my heart really went out to Samantha. What an awesome woman. Buzz said, Sean, if you need help with VA, I'm a genuine expert on the 38 CFR Book C. I'm sure that means something. I walked many of my NCOs through it. 61 claims myself, 47 accepted, 100% P&T. Again, every time we think we've got the measure of Buzz, he becomes even more amazing. I'll make sure that Sean knows that, Buzz. Knowing Sean, he's super on top of everything, because that's just Sean. He's just like that. Wicked, smart, and together. But that's amazingly kind, Buzz. Thanks, buddy. Tim David says, it's not a lazy boy, it's a lazy bowl. Not sure I'm following that one. I feel like that might have been of the moment. I'll come back to you on that. And Bethel says, W Samantha, W community. I hope Samantha gets better. I hope so too. I'm absolutely convinced that she will. And Bethel says, happy Pride Month. Love is love. Real love is real. I agree. Everyone should Love whoever they love. It's no one else's business who you love. Just be yourself and do your thing. Any other rule is completely ludicrous. Tinspired by the Sea. John for Nope. Thank you very much indeed. Unconvinced. I am unconvinced about it too, but I'm just putting on a brave face. Yeah, I'm sure there are better people than me to be Nope, but I'm honoured to have been nominated. Bethel says, I'm no parent, just brother. Remember when the then surviving sister got home and was put into her inflatable bed? Could not be more proud. A sibling. Not a jab at Pigeon Plus, just my story. So yeah, this is a very personal thing. And everybody comes to these issues around children and the consent in creating a life and all of that stuff through the lens of their own experiences and their own stuff. So Bethos's perspective there is completely valid, more similar to the one I shared. But I understand where Pigeon was coming from too. If I'd lived a life as hard as the one she has, I may well have a different view on things, and that's where I'm able to empathize with her, even if I don't necessarily agree. I can completely understand where she's coming from, and she should not be vilified for having the views she has. And thank you very much for the donation to JM. I really appreciate that. Bethos says, Pigeon Fluff, even if you were unwanted, I'm glad you are here now. So cruel to tell any child being unwanted. It's sickening. You are good as you are. Could not agree more and could not have expressed it any better than that. Bethos, you're a lovely person. I completely agree. And Flibberty Giblet says, my sweetheart is on her way over with burgers and ice cream. Have a great rest of the stream. This was outstanding. Thank you, Flibberty. Enjoy the burgers and ice cream, and hopefully we see you in the debate stream tomorrow night. This one's going to be winding up soonish. I know we still have a few in the queue. Let's see what we can do about that. That's the super chats dealt with. So let's get in. We're going to get in. It looks like Cafe. Cafe, are you there? Not right now. Let's see if we can nudge her. See, microphone is. It's saying your microphone is the default one. Try again. Cafe, are you there? That looks like possibly a no. Okay, well, we'll put you back on hold for now. And we will try Ace. Let's try and get Ace in. I see Mikey on the TikTok. We'll get to you shortly, Mikey. Thank you, friend. Ace, are you there?
Hello. Hi.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Hello. How are you?
That is, well, first of all, it is so wild to actually hear you on the other side. I've done so much listening to your videos, and I just wanted to say I really appreciate your approach and what you do. I know maybe everybody's saying that tonight, but just wanted to express my appreciation all the way from Virginia.
That's super kind. I'm going to try and turn your echo cancellation off because we're getting funny froggy noises. Sometimes this improves it, and sometimes it hurts it. Let's try again. How's that?
Let me know. I can switch off of my AirPods if need be.
No, we're good. We're good. Yeah,
Okay,
that worked perfectly. Well, thank you for your kind words. Lovely to talk to you. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Thank you. Yeah, great talk to you. I really wanted to chime in briefly for the last caller. I know I won't occupy too much of your time because I know you probably don't want to stay on the same topic for too long. But
sure.
The antinatalism, just wanted to say, and I hope your last caller's listening. First of all, very sorry for what she went through. Her mom sounds like a horrible person, and anyway, obviously, proud of who she's turned out to be and the opinions that she's formed. I just wanted to let her know, even though I'm personally not an antinatalist, my wife and we had a baby on the less planned side of things.
Right.
And he
Nicely
just
put.
turned 1.
Right.
Yeah, he just turned 1, and he's flipped our world upside down in the best way. And we've fully embraced the role of parenthood and have really loved having him around and wouldn't imagine it any other way.
Right.
And I know that's a common story for people. But when we talk about the idea of having another, we are personally not able to decide to bring, at this time anyway, a second child into the world. So I guess maybe wanted your last caller to know that even there are people out there that look like they're maybe happy family planners or whatever, who likewise struggle with the idea of bringing another sentient being into the world, and that there are a lot of people out there who take the matter of bringing in life and raising life seriously. So anyway, I'm sorry, that was a bit of a ramble.
No, you're good. You're good.
But yeah, you are incredibly kind and incredibly articulate, and you handle people so well. Of course, we love hearing the crash out stuff, but it's always fun to hear you have a good faith conversation, because you conduct yourself so well regardless of who you're speaking with. But like I said, didn't want to take up too much of your time, and I hope you have a great night. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you for calling in. I really appreciate it. Welcome anytime.
Absolutely. I'll keep listening. Talk soon. Have a good one. Bye.
Thanks, friend. Thanks. Very kind words there from Ace. Okay, we're going to start moving towards wrapping up, but we still have 3 in the queue. So let's try Christian M. Christian, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Welcome in.
I've just been doing my own Bible study. I've got a big Bible, a study Bible over there, and I've been reading it with the interlinear as well, so I can see all the names of the demons that they mention and stuff.
Nice.
And there's quite a lot of crazy stories in there, and I kind of wanted to ask you if you had any. Some of them aren't even like stories; like they might just be like little random passages. But I wondered if you had any favorite little Bible anecdotes, just weird stuff that happens.
Oh yeah, I mean my favorite current one, and I brought this up in the live stream, I think it was a couple of days ago, I think, is have you come across the story where God just suddenly decides to kill Moses?
Yes, I have. That's one of my favorites as well.
It's absolutely wild, because the weird thing about it is it doesn't provide any context for it. It doesn't say why. And the whole framing of it is so completely bizarre. So for anyone listening, this is in Exodus, and this takes place while apparently Moses is traveling to go and speak to Pharaoh about releasing his people. And on the way, Moses stops off somewhere to stay over. And it just says, not apropos of anything, not relating to anything else that's been mentioned or ever gets mentioned again. It just says... on the way, at a place where they spent the night. This is Exodus 4, verse 24, chapter 4, verse 24 to 26. It says, on the way, at a place where they spent the night, the Lord met him and tried to kill him. Like, this is after they've established their working relationship. They're doing their thing. Moses is kind of God's guy. The Lord met him and tried to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin, touched his feet with it, and said, truly you are a bridegroom of blood to me. So he let him alone. So God was so delighted at the display of this foreskin that he decided not to kill Moses after all. It was then that she said, a bridegroom of blood, because of the circumcision. I think that is absolutely stark raving mad. That's my current favorite.
Three different things going on in that, where he just randomly decides to kill Moses. He fails to do so.
Tried, right?
They kind of scare him away with the foreskin or whatever. And he does that he does something similar to Balaam. There's a lot of weird foreskin stories. I just finished Joshua, and around the start of that book, they kind of skip over it, but the Israelites, they leave probably about 400 pounds of human foreskin just in the desert behind them, beside the River Jordan. They re-circumcise over 60,000 people at once with a stone knife, and then they just move on.
Absolutely mental. Big shout out to Simply Secular Dave. Good to see you, friend. Yeah, absolutely crazy work there. From God randomly deciding to kill his guy for absolutely no reason. And I love the fact that it's just the word tried is put in there. God tries to kill. The all-powerful creator of the entire cosmos, who can stretch galaxies across eternity, tried to kill Moses. He just tried. It just didn't quite work. I just think that's hilarious. The anthropomorphism there is just chef's kiss.
Yeah, and I just got past Judges, so we saw
Oh,
Samson, the demigod, the child of God. They
Yeah.
kind of hide that too in the text, but it's there. It does seem to imply that he is like kind of like Zeus, like Hercules sort of thing going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's that other horrible story. I'm trying to remember where it is. I think it is in Judges.
It's at the end.
It's
really bad.
Yeah, the stealing the women. Is that in
Yeah.
Judges? Yeah, the tribe of Benjamin. Is that in Judges? I think it is.
Yes,
yeah.
it's at the end.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, basically the tribe of Benjamin are in trouble. There was a woman who was raped. There's a whole weird story. She was like raped and died, and it's blamed on the tribe of Benjamin. And so they are told to be sort of left alone, and all the other tribes of Israel are not allowed to give their daughters away to the tribe of Benjamin. And then they realize that they've promised not to do this, but if this happens, the tribe of Benjamin are going to die out because they're not going to have any women, right? So the solution is to go and kidnap women from elsewhere, and they go and basically they go to a town and they kill everyone and take the women and give them to Benjamin, but that's only 40 of the 60 that they need, so there's a few left over. So they go and hide. They go and hide and wait for other women to come out, who then they get kidnapped and it's absolutely horrific. So this is basically God presiding over sexual kidnapping. Absolutely horrendous.
He does that a lot.
He does
the
that
last
a lot.
thing I guess I'll bring up is also in Judges is the song of Deborah or Devorah or whatever, and it's one of the oldest bits in the Bible, the oldest fragment, and there's some interesting things going on in there. At the very end, you do have a really awful sexist passage about sex slavery that God is permitting. There's also a woman named Jael who kills a guy with a tent peg. That's fun.
Oh, I'm not sure if I remember that. Yeah, there's such an embarrassment of riches in that book of absolutely crazy stuff that is just horrific. You just read it and this is horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And God presides over all of this, over all of it. So, yep, not a good look.
At the beginning of the song of Devorah, they talk about this kind of thing a lot in the Minor Prophets as well. The Day of Yahweh, and it talks about how Yahweh, when you went out from Seir, when you marched from Edom, the earth trembled and the skies poured, the clouds poured water, and the mountains melted before Yahweh. And I've obviously heard about all the rain because he's a storm god, but they also talk a lot about the mountains melting beneath his feet. That's just kind of interesting imagery.
Isn't it just? Well, thank you for coming up to share those delights. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. Feel free to ring back again next time we do this. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Christian. Thanks. Take care. Okay. It looks like we did have one last guest in the TikTok queue, which we do not have now. Mikey, we'll have to get you next time, friend. I think we're probably going to wrap things up. I did try with Cafe, but that didn't seem to work. I'll give them one last try just in case. Cafe, are you there? I am hearing your audio, actually. Are you there? Yes. There you go. Saved by the bell. Welcome in. You may well be our last guest. Welcome up. What would you like to say?
Yes, I was wondering if you ever caught that fiasco between Britt Hartley and Matt Dillahunty, where they were kind of arguing about whether spirituality was a meaningful category. Maybe you're not familiar with Britt Hartley.
I'm not. I'm not. Sadly, no. I think I can imagine what Matt's perspective on that would have been. But no, I didn't catch that particular conversation.
Well, yeah, Matt. Well, 'cause she goes by no nonsense spirituality on her website, and she claims to be an atheist. And so, she tries to make sense of the term, and she feels that, that I guess there should be a term for spirituality within secularism. And, Matt Dillahunty made a video saying spirituality is nonsense, kind of, a rub at her, I guess, because she's kind of the opposite of that. And so they kind of got in an argument, and they had this like back and forth where they would make videos responding to each other. And Britt Hartley would cite some of the research out of, Johns Hopkins and other universities on what professionals refer to as mystical experience. Have you ever seriously looked into anything like that?
I mean, yeah, I was very fascinated with that world when I was a teenager, and I was very taken by various books. I remember reading Carlos Castaneda and reading The Dancing Woolley Masters and Supernature by Lyle Watson and some Paul Davies books which verge a little on the esoteric, but not to the point of thinking there's particularly a there. I think that when people get into these arguments, quite often they're just arguing about the use of words. And, what one person might say, well, I don't like the word spiritual because it has connotations to things that I don't accept as valid. And another person might be using the word spiritual without implying those connotations. And so for them, it's more acceptable. And I think, there's a lot of time wasted, I think, worrying about whether we're using the right words for things when in fact we can just talk about the things themselves and say, well, okay, are these phenomena real? Do these things happen? And I'm fairly skeptical about the validity of what most people would call mystical experiences. I think that we can have really, really interesting experiences when we use our attention in certain ways. I think that learning, meditation and intentional attention modification is really interesting, and I think you can have really profound experiences through just contemplation. But I don't think that. I think once we stray into mysticism, that has implications for supernatural or other, I don't know, other, things that are sort of outside of what we really know are real. And that's why my hackles go up a little bit there too.
I agree with you that, I don't think we should be invoking the supernatural, especially in the sense of that which violates the laws of physics. Because, if you look into this body of research, you'll see that, these mystical experiences studies go back all the way to the work of William James in the early 1900s. And he wrote a book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, where he kind of laid down the common phenomenology that goes on inside these types of experiences. And that has been refined, over decades of research up to this point, even now that these studies continue. And so, I guess at one point they were studying like the Carmelite nuns in contemplation under fMRI to try to, pinpoint and map some of the neurocorrelates that happen in these experiences. A little bit later, they found that cumbersome in comparison to, maybe you've heard of the research involving psychedelics, where they use psychedelics to mimic these types of experiences.
Yeah.
And what they found with psychedelics is that they can indeed, mimic the phenomenology of what mystics have been describing in natural states of consciousness, throughout history. And so a lot of the research has shifted towards using psychedelics because it's much more facile to study it in that way instead of waiting around for nuns who may or may not elicit this contemplation.
I would agree with everything you're saying. and I think there's lots of interesting seams to tap about what happens at the outer bounds of normal human experience, and how when we alter our normal operating states, what do we have access to when we do that? But I would have a slight issue with calling that stuff spiritual, purely because the word spiritual carries with it so much baggage. So it's hard to sort of disambiguate the thing you're actually investigating from all the useless shit that comes with it when you attach that word to it. And you're creating needless work for yourself in doing that. You might as well call it, magic or something, and it's just pointless. So let's have a new word, we just call, empirical research into the effects of either substances or contemplative practices on human cognition. I'd be all up for that, right? Because that to me doesn't carry the baggage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think similar titles have been used, and a lot of the researchers will even admit that it's kind of unfortunate that mystical experience is the term that landed with the peer-reviewed literature, because it does have these connotations. But I think that really kind of only applies to someone who's maybe just being introduced to the research. Because if you actually look into it, there is they do go into specifically defining what this means in the context of the research, and they have these characteristics that they list that they've refined, like I said, over decades. And so I think it is a bit unfortunate that the language is so infused with baggage in that fashion, but content, they do kind of play with what you suggested, and other people have tried to use different terms, like Abraham Maslow used peak experience, and there have been other attempts, but I think mystical experiences was just the term that landed. One thing I wanted to point out to you, for instance, and because he said, I figure Matt, I may know what Matt's going to say about this, and I've listened to a lot of his talks too, and a lot of the calls that people make into the show, and he does seem to, whenever the topic comes up, he'll refer to it as like the Damascus Road experience, or he'll say the direct revelation of the Holy Spirit. And when he tries to search in himself for something that he could relate to, even what he might call that, and he goes back into when he was in church, and when he was studying to be a minister, right, at one point, and he would say that he would talk about the tingling and elation, or frisson, essentially, the goosebumps, the chills you get up your spine when you listen to really good music. And he kind of associated with that. And, if I thought that was, what these mystics were talking about, I would be like, yeah, everyone's kind of had that, But I think he kind of misidentifies what the researchers are talking about, because if they're using, like, for instance, psychedelics to induce this, and if you look into the research, not just only using psychedelics, but they're using a very high dose, a single high dose, what Terence McKenna called a heroic dose, to induce this, then clearly we're not talking about goosebumps and chills up your spine. If that's the the area of psychology we're pointing to.
I don't think it's respectfully, I don't think it's necessarily a productive conversation for us to have a conversation about what Matt Dillahunty thinks about this topic, because that would be a conversation that you would possibly have to have with him. I couldn't possibly represent his views, or never would presume to do so. And he's not here to correct the record if either you or I say something inaccurate about what he thinks. So I think it's more respectful to him for us to not have that particular conversation. And I think just to say, I still maintain that the word spiritual muddies the water. It might muddy the water so much that specific phenomena that deserve to be studied end up not being studied, because they've been labeled as that, right? Which carries all sorts of connotations of, as we said earlier, woo-woo nonsense and bullshit. And far better to just leave that word outside the room, where it doesn't need to cause problems, and let's discuss things in terms of what they actually are. Let's correctly identify the phenomenology in specific, accurate terms, and then no one needs to get the knickers in a twist, and we can do knowledge production, because that's what everyone's interested in. Pushing back the boundaries of what we understand about the world and about ourselves. I think that's a noble endeavour. On that note, my friend, I'm going to draw things to a close because I was supposed to have a cut-off about 15 minutes ago, and
fair enough.
I got to get off.
Maybe next time we can go a little bit more in depth. But I will, if you don't mind, if I can leave you with a link in the private chat towards one of these studies. It's a review chapter out of Johns Hopkins. Maybe you might be interested.
I'm always happy to look at research on anything. Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'll get that. You can put it in the chat of the video that we're speaking on now, and I'll pull it out of there. It's absolutely fine, and feel free to call back anytime.
Sure. Do you mind if I say one last thing? Yeah, I understand. I respect that you want to, leave Matt's views where they're at, and he's not here to defend anything we may get wrong about him. But I guess Matt aside, if you don't mind, if I could leave you with this, and maybe you could chew on this for a little while. The distinction I was making of if someone, let's say it doesn't have to be Matt, thinks if they mistake that experience for frisson, FRISSON, over what these researchers are referring to as a unitive mystical experience with this single high dose, then clearly that's not one and the same thing. You could at least admit that, right? I mean, I guess that's all I had.
I think it's an irrelevant talking point, but anyway, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it, and
right, thank you.
We'll speak again. All right, take care. All right, I think that's probably going to be it. We do have Jay Danger. I'm going to have to draw a line here because I have to be up in a few hours' time and do responsible adult things in the world. But next time I do this stream, I wasn't really sure tonight whether there would be much demand for this kind of show. It was an experiment really to see, are people going to want to engage? And although the numbers haven't been as large in terms of like people tuning in and watching, the engagement's actually been really good. So I will definitely do this again. I like having an open forum where people can just come in and talk about whatever they want. You can call up here and ask about anything. It doesn't have to be limited to religion. I just want to make it an open forum where people can come and speak about pretty much anything. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I have. It's been fun. It's been nice it's been kind of, been nice and relaxed, and I've enjoyed the vibe. So we will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK time for the regular debate stream. I haven't chosen the topic yet, but I've been running I don't know if you noticed, the last few debates, I've kind of framed the topics slightly more in terms of positive stuff about atheism rather than negative stuff about theism. I might do that again tomorrow. It just seems really good. I enjoy that. So maybe we'll do that again tomorrow. Last week I ran the topic, atheism cannot be wrong. And I might do that again tomorrow because I quite like it. It's got a kind of double meaning. So it stimulates conversation, and then we get to talk about the two senses in which we mean wrong, both kind of logical and moral. There we are. So I look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. I'm sorry we didn't get a Captain Skeleton call, but maybe we'll get one tomorrow. I was watching his other crash out when he was on Just with Justin. That was absolutely epic. It was something else. If you haven't seen it, it was on Justin's show from a couple of days ago. It was the one where Justin's wearing a light blue top. And that guy is not mentally well. I'm a bit concerned about him. But it was quite funny as well. So yeah, I recommend you watch that. Thank you very much, everyone. I look forward to seeing you technically tonight. 10 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for coming to hang out with me. And thanks to the mods. Thanks to everyone who called in. We'll do this again soon.